All right, welcome to my channel, The Ascension Guide. I'm your guide, Joe Martin. Today I have a guest for our podcast. This is James Jenko. I'll let him introduce himself real quick and we'll get going. So James, if you want to introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, my name is James Jenko. I consider myself a philosopher at heart anyways. I've taken a lot of time and effort into training my mind to approach difficult and complex political and social issues from as much of a non-biased, non-tribal, just strictly truth-seeking perspective. And I'm definitely not perfect. Nobody is,
Right.
but I consider myself just an ordinary man, and that hopes that asks that my arguments and my perspective gets just looked at based on their merits, as opposed to any boxes that I may or may not check. And I wish more ordinary men, quote ordinary men, and we can maybe even talk a little bit about what I mean when I say that word, because I think we need more ordinary men to get more involved in these kind of things, specifically philosophy and other issues. But
I agree. And I love that what you said too is like trying to find that like objective point of view instead of taking a side, because I feel like that's what that tribalism that you spoke of, where we have to scurry to find a team, and then hopefully we have enough players on our side so that our argument's strong enough, because we don't really have a true argument. It's more just about how many people's on our team. And so that's what, like, it seems even philosophy, religion, politics, all of those things these days have kind of devolved into that, where it's don't listen to what I say, just look at how many people agree with me.
I completely agree. And I think so if you want to kind of dive into the
Sure, whatever you want to talk about. This is your platform. Well, to get started real quick, just how it started, I saw you made a post the other day. So you wanted to talk something philosophy, and I was like, well, that sounds super interesting to me. Let's have that conversation. So that's how this started. And me having the little platform that I do, I was like, hey, let's do a podcast about it, and we'll see what comes out of it. So
fantastic.
What specifically did you want to talk about?
So I think I'm not sure exactly which post. So I made a couple posts that kind of the same thing. One was that I think philosophy can save the world, maybe a little hyperbolic, but I don't think so. And then and that kind of came, and I'm writing a book, specifically on that subject, and how I think we need to bring philosophy back again. It's going to be called The Little Red Book of Wisdom. And then I made another post there that's relevant, that when the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche he famously proclaimed that God is dead. And that gets misinterpreted a lot. But what he meant by that was not that God physically died, but that religion was dying and no longer becoming a relevant part of our culture anymore. And that he wasn't saying that as some sort of a good thing, in a good way. It was more of a warning, and what is going to replace it was the big concern. What are we replacing our religion with? Now it's environmentalism, or other political issues.
Right.
And so while that's kind of relevant to my thought process, is the point that I was making in that particular post, that I think that when Nietzsche, rightfully so, sort of proclaimed the death of God, whether that's good or whether that's a good or a bad thing, religion has become more and more irrelevant or not accepted by the masses. I would say, a lot of that has to do with, the institutions themselves, certain corruption in the institutions. And then I think a lot of it is hasn't been properly taught as well. And we've, as a society and culture, we've kind of decided to throw the baby out with the bathwater, when I think there's so much great things that can be learned from studying, different religions and reading the text. And but I think that philosophy, I think the transition should have been from that from the time Nietzsche proclaimed that death of God. I think that the transition could have been more to Socrates and philosophy.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm sure we'll dive into that a little bit there, but I'll pause there.
So I guess the question then is, with, Nietzsche, is that, I always thought it was Nietzsche.
Yeah.
So.
Some people say Nietzsche, some people say Nietzsche. I
Okay.
typically say Nietzsche, but who knows?
So if the thing that seems kind of contradictory to me between philosophy and religion is philosophy asks why, and religion tells you to not do that. So it's kind of but spirituality and philosophy, I feel like, are so tightly related that they're almost one and the same in a lot of ways, because they're asking those same contemplative questions and trying to find those answers and really going within in a lot of regard, which is spirituality and philosophy kind of tied together. And so I thought this would fit perfectly. So that being said about religion, and I do see what you're saying and how it's been taken out of the schools and a lot of things, but I do see religion as a two-headed monster, because I see it as it creates this fanaticism that creates some of the things we've seen in the Middle East, or the Crusades and other things like that. But then it also does tame a lot of people and creates this kind of hey, don't do this because just in case type of thing. So how do you see philosophy looking at that, where it's one thing is kind of trying to control you while the other thing is trying to make you ask questions and open up?
Yeah, I think you nailed the distinction there perfectly. And as far as I'm concerned, I think you can get everything from philosophy if people really studied and understood the roots of specifically starting in the ancient Greek philosophy. You can get everything from philosophy that you can get from religion, in my view. And I think, to your point, philosophy, so you can get all those things. Philosophy removes the dogma and the ideology,
right,
from and you can still form your values, and you can still have more independent thinking, and those kind of things. And I think you can still develop a sense of something bigger than yourself, or that's what it's done for me. I've been able to get that, study that there's actually been Socrates has been related to or compared to Jesus Christ very often. A lot of people don't realize that. And the story, the philosophical stories of Christ being crucified on the cross, and Socrates, being sentenced to death and having to drink the poison hemlock. The stories are so so in tune. And then you go to Plato's Allegory of the Cave, which is a similar theme. And then you go to Friedrich Nietzsche, has a book called Thus Spoke Zarathustra, where he climbs up on a mountain for 10 years and gains all the wisdom in the world, and he comes down and he tries to present it to the masses, and it's like the vulgar herd animals is what he calls them. They all laugh at and ridicule him. So there's a common thread that goes through all that, and you can get all that same narrative and that same meaning and those same lessons in philosophy, minus a lot of the dogma and the ideology and more of maybe the more negative aspects of the religion, as far as I'm concerned.
And I think really it's more the truth. And I think it's kind of the parts that get questioned in religion are the parts that don't make sense, and the parts that get questioned in philosophy get questioned until they make sense. So it's kind of that, like, here's the barrier in religion, you can't ask questions beyond this point, and then philosophy opens it up to, we should be able to question our questions, we should question everything. And
right.
That's kind of that where philosophy can take you that next step further, where religion kind of, you have that ceiling of, you just have to believe past this point, what I mean? There's no questioning. And philosophy is like, well, hey, let's question everything. But I did want to, could you go back to the Allegory of the Cave, because I know not everybody knows that, and it is a super especially relevant today.
Oh my God. And what's so amazing is how incredibly old, that this story is, and it's so unbelievably, it's so accurate and relevant, and just so you can just, when you hear it, and hopefully I'll do a good job laying it out, you're just like, oh my goodness, that's so relevant, and we're talking, and that's lessons that you can learn,
right.
that we're missing. We're missing out on those lessons. This is something that should be taught in school, and I know we'll dive into that a little bit later.
Yeah,
why I think
for sure.
Philosophy getting into education is where we can sort of have a paradigm shift and start being more influential on the culture. But so to Plato's allegory of the cave. So essentially, you have a situation where you have all these prisoners are in a cave, and they're chained by their necks in a cave, and they can only see forward. And behind them, there are people who will walk on a walkway, and they'll have all these shapes and you'll see like animal shapes, and there's all these shapes behind. And then, so these people who can only see on the cave wall, they don't really understand what's going on behind them. And they think the cave wall is reality. So they're missing the interpretation. So they're seeing shadows of somebody else's interpretation on this cave wall, and that's their reality. And what happens is one of the prisoners breaks free from the chain, and he goes around the back, and he's able to go up through the back of the cave, and he goes out into the sunlight out of the cave. And at first, and that's real reality, that's actual truth and the reality and the beauty of the world. But the sunlight is representative because it hurts his eyes at first, when you first see this. And it's, that's important because sometimes when we realize a truth that we were wrong and we really didn't understand reality,
and it hurts.
That can hurt, right? The truth hurts. And in the same way, the sun, when he comes out and sees reality, that hurts his eyes, and then his eyes kind of adjust.
Sorry,
and he can, so I was wondering, I thought some sun came through your window there, it blinded me. But well, speaking of that, wow, that was quite cool, quite coincidental there, huh?
Right.
The sun blinding my eyes. Wow. So
it was just to reinforce the story.
Yeah, that was that's a hell of a coincidence. But eventually his eyes adjust, and he's like, wow, this is reality. What we were seeing on that cave wall it was like pretend, it's like a Muppet show. It's just interpretations of shadows. And he can't wait to come down and tell everybody. And this is where everybody makes the mistake. And this is the common theme. Nietzsche's "Thus Spoke Zarathustra." It runs this same theme. But sorry, not to get off track.
No.
So he comes down and he tells everybody, like, look, what you're seeing on the cave wall isn't real. That's not reality. And he starts telling them about all these things out in the real world, the sun and the trees and the green grass and the blue sky. And they laugh at him. They ridicule him. They think he's he's evil. They actually threaten to kill him, I believe, in the story. And eventually and when he goes back down in the dark, he's blinded again, because when your eyes adjust, but then eventually his eyes adjust and he just goes back to agreeing with the herd, and they just go back looking at their perception and the shadows on the cave wall. But if you think about those shadows, everybody just staring ahead, and the shadows on the cave wall looking at somebody else's interpretation, that is the direct analogy to TVs and staring at our screens today. It's exact, and everybody thinks they're looking at reality when really they're looking at the shadows on the cave wall. Yeah. And unfortunately, when people who are really, have seen reality and come back, often those are the people who are criticized and censored and called things like conspiracy theorists and all those things. Yeah. And it's such a simple lesson. And if we could teach that lesson at such an earlier age, and if more people understood that, I think we would have, less of that happening throughout our culture.
Yeah, and I don't know if you agree with this or not, but I feel like the story of The Matrix, the first movie, is basically the allegory of the cave in, kind of a more modern, way, but kind of that waking you up to what's really going on around you, and that whole, and not to the lesser degree of them trying to convince people. I mean, they were trying to convince Neo or whatever throughout the movie, but I know exactly the feeling. I mean, if you go on Facebook now, there's 1% of your friends who's trying to wake everybody up, and the rest are just like idiot, like conspiracy theorists.
Right.
It's like, we're trying to help you. Like, this whole thing is, you know, exactly what you said. It's a show on the wall that people can't see, that the, you know, media is controlled, that they're saying what they want you to know or what they want you to think, and it's called programming for a reason, you know. And so but going back to what you said with how we need to translate this into schools, which I totally agree with, but in our current system it would sort of be a suicidal mission as far as the school goes. Because if you had kids asking questions and thinking for themselves, then school kind of crumbles out from beneath them in a way. So it'd have to be a redefined school system, which I think is coming, you know, sooner rather than later, especially the way society's heading. But what would you imagine that type of schooling being like? How would you change that system?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that really gets to the heart of. So I think I kind of tackle this from, well, there's many variables to this very complex issue, but three that I can tackle, I think, for the sake of this conversation, is our overemphasis on over specialization, the disappearance of teaching the proper liberal arts education. And I always have to be clear and preface when I say liberal arts that the word liberal in liberal arts has absolutely nothing to do with liberal politically. And why both of those things are relevant is because I think the foundation of that is, you know, the foundation of the liberal arts is philosophy. And I think philosophy is the most important subject because it sort of fuels the way we think about and approach every other subject in our lives. So if we have a flawed, you know, people say, what's your philosophy of life? You know, that your values, it's really your values and where you get, you know, what it means to be a good human being. And if your foundation is flawed, everything that is built on top of that foundation is obviously going to be flawed. So when we're you know, so in that respect, I see philosophy as a first principle, and I think we've negated it at our own peril. I didn't directly answer your question. So philosophy in schools, there's sort of the two aspects. One is the more theoretical aspect of it, and then the second is what I was kind of pointing out there, is the more getting your values, developing your ethos, what it means to be a good, noble human being. But the theoretical, I think, we need to actually have philosophy classes taught as at least as early as middle school, where they start to teach things like logical fallacies, you know, where you learn words like logos, which is making, there's a couple of definitions from logos, but the most commonly used one is making an argument using logic and why that is important. And that seems so commonsensical, but you don't see that today. You know, it's where you learn about, you know, right. And that's where you'll learn about, and you learn like logical fallacies. Like my son's 14 years old, and since he was 13, maybe even younger, you know, because we would discuss, you know, different things he would hear on TV with political issues, and social issues. And we would talk about logical fallacies, which is typically, in my mind, taught under the umbrella of philosophy. And even though he was only 13 and now 14 years old, you know, it's the concept of why an ad hominem or a straw man argument is not a logical way to form an argument or an opinion. He can clearly understand that. You know, ad hominem is just a personal attack on someone's character. You know, like you're stupid, or he's an idiot, or you know, he's not a scientist. And, you know, even a 13 or 14-year-old can understand why that doesn't mean he's more right or more wrong on any given issue. And we're not teaching. So, you know, so I think these are the fundamentals of how to think. And
that right there, I don't mean to cut you off, but that's the most important thing right there, is how to think, not what to think. And that's what school is now, is what to think and not how to think. And that, just changing those two words right there really would eliminate a lot of the issues that the school system has created.
And one of Socrates, favorite quote by Socrates, who was sort of ironically has been called one of the greatest teachers ever. One of his quotes is, "I cannot teach anybody anything. I can only make them think." And it's that specifically, what made him such a great teacher. But we're not teaching kids. We're not giving them the fundamentals. Like we've all played, I know me and you have played sports. Most people have played sports throughout their lives. You have to start with the fundamentals. Right. You can't just throw somebody out in in a professional baseball game and tell them to throw a curveball. Right. You know what I mean? But that's, as silly as that sounds, we have not taught our youth the fundamentals of how to think, and we're throwing them out into the professional world without ever developing these basic fundamentals.
Well, and how much of that do you believe is by design? Because let's be honest, if people did know how to think and did question things and did what we're proposing, society would not be what it is today. There would not be this society of control and, wake up and pay taxes and then die. Like it would be something completely different, because people would actually be questioning that and saying, well, why are we doing this? Why do we go to school for all these years to learn about subjects that 70+% of us will never, use in our entire lives? And then there's all these other things that we never learn about that are completely useful in our lives. So to me, and this is coming from somebody who worked in the public education system for 5+ years and seeing it from the inner workings, what I've taken away from it is school is designed to create confusion, to tell kids that the person in charge knows best, regardless of what they actually know or not, but they're in charge, and it teaches obedience. And that's really, those are the three fundamental takeaways from school at this point. That's what you ask any kid, they know that the teacher's right. They know that there's one right answer. You know what I mean? They know that they have to sit there still with their mask on all day. There's very little of, well, did you learn how to think? Did you learn how to question things? Did you learn how to reason? None of that. And even math and some of the things that you would say, okay, that's, we need math, we need, writing, we need English, certain subjects, but how many of those we could use, like the very basics of math, the stuff to get you through the grocery store trip, the stuff that every one of us uses on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, whatever. And then the rest should be, like you were saying, with, over specializing. Like, why do I need to know calculus if I'm never going to use it in my life? Yeah, I get somebody who's going into that field, or is interested, but why is that just part of the, regular curriculum? And philosophy, like you said, is nowhere to be found. Or, now they're starting with this critical race theory, these other, ridiculous things that are, it's really, if you've ever Googled, why does school, and it's all of like, want to make me kill myself and hate myself and all the, all the lists that pop up from it. I really don't think that that's an accident. At this point, if you look at like the interest from the pharmaceutical companies, of course they want you to be insane and have to be on 17 different medications. So where does it start? Make you feel insecure at school, make you feel stupid, make you feel like you can't do this because you're being judged on this, tiny little box that we want to put every human into. And you're a creative person, you think this way, and they're telling you it's only this is the only right answers right here in the entire world. And it's like, what job in the world do we have one right answer? What job in the world do we have to write essays and do these? Like, it doesn't make any sense. What world are we preparing kids for?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, I think, especially with the word obedience, for sure. And I don't know if it started out as ill-intentioned as it has gotten, but yes, when you mentioned
paved with good intentions, right?
Oh yes, yeah, for sure. But it has definitely gotten to the point now where there is definitely, like you mentioned, critical race theory and critical thinking cannot go hand in. No. Just studying philosophy would just right. Completely, just the simple concept such as consistent thinking would unmask an amazing amount of hypocrites to themselves. You're saying, this group of people can't be racist because, and this group of people can be racist. Only this group of people can be racist because of, immutable characteristics. And it's like, wait, if you just use basic consistent thinking, it just, Yeah.
And going back to what we just said, though, that's not what they teach in school. They teach you that the person sitting behind the desk is right. No matter what they say, no matter how many times they contradict themselves, they're right because they're sitting behind the desk. And it translates from school to your work, to watching the media, to whatever else it is. There's that person behind the desk. They're right. They're in charge. And we have this perceived authority where we've, like, it was interesting when I first started getting into coaching, and I had to think of what is leadership, you know what I mean? Like, and it basically boils down to two things. It's either fear driven or love driven, right? People want to do it because they love you or because they're afraid of you. And most of school is because they're afraid of you. Most of the world is because they're afraid of you. There's very little leadership in this world that is because I love you and because I want to follow you because you're a good person. And I would, there's very little of that anymore. And I think that part of it is kind of by design. And it's kind of, we've gotten rid of the teachers who are creative and want to do things in their own way. And we've replaced them with the ones who do what they're told. And then they, have created this kind of, factory line of people who do the same thing. Do you see any correlation there?
Yeah, I see a lot of correlation there for sure. And again, and it all goes back to, as far as I'm concerned, people just understood that the basic sentiments of Socrates there, then they would see this. And you kind of make, it's kind of a sad point, but I think it's reality at this point that our school system right now, I don't know if it can be turned around or if it's just going to start where people are already in record numbers starting to pull their kids out of, public schools and doing more homeschooling and potentially building more,
Tim Kennedy,
building separate institutions. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Tim Kennedy, you know who he is, right?
Did he? Oh yeah, I know Tim Kennedy. I didn't hear that though.
Yeah, he started a school down in Texas because he was fed up with the whole system himself, and he got a bunch of, from what I understand, like specialists and like some, like kind of what we're talking about, like areas that are useful in life. You know what I mean? Like they're doing things that, probably similar to how we would set up a school if we had.
So let me touch on this because we've kind of glanced over this issue of over specialization, and yeah. I have a lot of I may have a different perspective, a little bit different maybe than you, or than a lot of people even that have a lot of the same thoughts and may align politically with us. I have a little bit of a different, and this is why. So, like I talk a lot about the liberal arts and philosophy, but a lot of people on I hate to call it a side because I know we both understand tribalism, but just for the sake of the argument, a lot of people, well, let's put it this way, a lot of people who agree with our views on the world and on what's going on, they scoff at people who would want to major in liberal arts. Oh, a liberal arts degree. What kind of job are you going to do with that? Why you get your useless liberal art? And it's scoffed at. And and the problem's twofold. One, the universities have, just degraded and perverted what a true liberal arts education is in the first place. But also, what I think is terrible is it's a real tragedy. There's not really much economic incentive for a liberal arts major, even done right, or like the philosopher. Like I say, I'm a philosopher at arts, but I sell signs to pay the bills. What I mean? Like there's not much of an economic incentive, unfortunately, and maybe something there needs to change. But there's a great quote by Friedrich Nietzsche and if I glance off to the right, I do have some notes here, so I don't think I'm being rude by glancing away. No, but a great quote by Nietzsche. He says, "If we reduce the value of education to the material return on our financial investment, we will impoverish our culture and diminish ourselves." And I think that's
right there,
huh? Right. Oh my, yeah. And he said this, and that's, talk about foresight there. And that's, exactly what we've done. And let me give an example of this danger of over specialization. And we've done it specifically for these financial reasons. And because, you can get a great job when the more specialized you are, the more valuable you are to a specific industry and the more money you can make. So money and status, I believe, is driving this over specialization. But let me draw an analogy to something else that I've done some a little bit of, spent some time researching and digging into, which is the climate change issue. And I'm just going to use that as an analogy, but you will see it's very easily, you can extrapolate the lessons from that to every other issue. So it'll be very relevant to what we're talking about today. And even in, the comparisons even between the climate change discussion and the COVID discussion today, you hear terms like anti-vaxxer and climate change denier are used in exactly the same way. You hear there's a scientific consensus around climate change, and then you hear, I'll trust the medical experts on COVID. And so the similarities are, or it's the exact same mentality and way of thinking.
You can go back to the war on terror and the war on drugs, and they're all
anything. Right. That's why, even though this example I'm going to use is to climate change, it extrapolates out to the entire world. So I always say when I'm talking to somebody about this and they're talking about scientific consensus or the so-called experts, or they're always like, "You're not an expert. Why the hell should I listen to you? I'm not an expert, so I have to trust the experts."
Yeah. What is an expert?
First, right. So first, a great quote by astronomer Carl Sagan actually points out that he says one of the commandments of science is to mistrust arguments from authority. I think that's important. Yeah. But the argument I always make is there actually is no such thing as an expert when it comes to something like climate change and the entire scope. Like one individual, one human being would have to simultaneously be an expert on ecology, on climatology, on atmospheric science. There's people that call them, there's people that call themselves climate economists. You'd have to be an expert then on all the energy sources, whether it's, the fossil fuels, wind, solar, hydro, nuclear energy, and then to further analyze that impact on the world so that you can make proper cost benefits decisions. You have to understand how all of those issues impact the industries of agriculture, the medical industry, public transportation, and on and on and on. So, so the point here is there's no such thing as an expert in the full scope of these things. So, and let me get even a more specific example. So, an atmosphere, and let me take one step back here. And then to the point where any one person, here's where the real problem comes in, the point to where any one person is an expert in any one very narrow field, they're too often equally ignorant of every other field outside of there that is connected to and being affected by their area. So for a specific example there, an atmospheric scientist who's pushing maybe certain energy policies is highly unlikely to understand the connection of a premature baby who is being born into Gambia that is going to die because they don't have access to cheap, reliable fossil fuel energy that would allow them to have incubators in their hospitals. And that's a real example. That's not a made up example. That actually happens. So I guess the point of all this is I think we need more generalist, or what I would call philosophical thinkers, that can sort of zoom out and see the big picture on this. And this is this idea is something that's deep, has deep roots in philosophy. One of my favorite philosophical quotes is from, or one of my favorite philosophers is the great Japanese swordsman and philosopher Miyamoto Musashi. Yeah. And one of his quotes is, "To master the sword, learn to play the guitar, and a good doctor should understand carpentry." And on the face of it, you're like, well, what the hell does that have to do with each other? But when you understand the point that he's trying to make, and this goes back even further than that, I've traced it as far back as the 1st century BC, the ancient Greek philosopher, again, Anticidemus, I think I pronounced that correctly, would talk about how everything is mixed and you can't understand one thing unless you understand its relation to everything else. And then that's talked about today, that's talked about in a more scientific perspective with a word called consilience, which I've recently become a little bit obsessed with, because it puts a word to that concept that everything is connected.
Yeah.
But I guess to kind of tie that up, I rambled a little bit there, but that just kind of illustrates the dangers of this over specialization and how it's making so many mistakes.
Yeah, and I would ask you, I mean, would you ever feel confident in your life calling yourself an expert on something?
To that point, one of the greatest things I've learned from studying ancient philosophy is the idea of humility and how important it is to have humility. What Socrates is known for saying, he says, the only thing that I know is that I know nothing.
Right.
Instead, we have this, I call it it's like a mass psychosis of the Dunning-Kruger effect. I don't know. Are you familiar with the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Yeah, you probably explain it for people who are watching though.
Sure. So if you've ever noticed it, it's what's the best way to put it? It's a sort of a psychological explanation for why so often the people who know the least are actually the most confident that they are right.
Yeah.
So much so that they're willing to push policies and force their way of thinking on other people's. Right, and use the monopoly of violence that is the government to do certain things.
Yeah.
But basically, it's people who actually know the least, they can't even imagine. They have no understanding for how complex these issues are, and they can't even imagine why anybody would ever think any differently, or that there's an opposing perspective or an opposing point of view. They're just like, oh, this is just so obvious. I'm trying to think of, I can't think of a great example off the top of my. Well, climate change is a perfect example.
I was just going to say that's perfect one.
Yeah.
Because how many people that spew off about climate change know that there's been 7 ice ages previously?
Exactly.
Probably 0 of them.
Right. They just think they just think
that we know of.
Using fossil fuels is causing climate change, and if we don't stop fossil fuels, the Earth is going to burn up. And it's so not that. It's so not that simple.
Let's just break down this climate change argument really quickly, because I had this conversation the other day with somebody, and it pretty much ends the whole conversation very quickly. What do plants feed on?
Right. Listen. So CO2, obviously.
Okay.
It's literally the food. Listen, this is so funny. So
the argument is null and void beyond that point. If that's what their food is, and they turn that into oxygen for us, and we have an overpopulation of that, whatever. I'm not going to get into it any further than that.
Well, yeah. People, and here's an important. So, and this is just how ridiculous this conversation has gotten. I was watching a Twitter argument on this before, and somebody pointed that out, and they point out the one guy who's actually an energy expert. His name's Alex Epstein. He pointed out the fact, he said, do you even know what percentage of CO2 actually makes up the atmosphere? And now, of course, they didn't know that. And he was like 0.04%. It's that. Now, that doesn't mean it's not significant or anything, but you should still, it's an important piece of information to know if you're spouting off about policy changes regarding CO2. And that, you want to know what his answer was? The gentleman responded back, and this is just so reflective of our culture and the way the masses are thinking today. He says, well, the real number should be 0% because we owe it to our children. And I was like, does anybody want to tell him what happens if CO2 is at 0%? Like, we are literally all going to die.
Does anybody know what we exhale? Does anybody have
I know that I don't know. but
I mean, it's mostly CO2. So I'm saying carbon is a natural process of the Earth that has gone through many different cycles throughout its history. We don't know how many. And here's the truth. We don't even know if we're entirely out of the last ice age. We don't know that there's supposed to be ice on the ice caps. We don't know that. Our human, hubris puts us in that position to say that we know that. We have no idea. The Earth probably just goes through these cycles where it's completely covered and completely not covered at different points. And we just sit here and pretend like we know it all because we've studied history for a couple hundred years, whatever it is.
there's so many. This is a subject for we could do a whole nother 2-hour podcast on this issue. But yeah, I mean, people don't realize CO2 levels have been way higher, way before we ever had the Industrial Revolution, and way before men had any impact on the planet. There was actually higher CO2 levels, and there's no agreement to specifically how much. What percentage is what's called anthropogenic or man-made climate change is actually coming from man and the fossil fuel use, and how bad, what impact that is having on warming, just because there's so many variables that affect climate change. I mean, the sun, literally the wind, rotations in the Earth's axis,
and how far we are, the distance the Earth from the sun. I mean, that varies based on its elliptical orbit and stuff. So it's like all of those things vary and change. That they're so subtle. The Earth's tilt, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't want to get too far into climate change because I think it's a little bit ridiculous, and I think it's all about control. But I think it does kind of play into what we're saying here, because it goes back to philosophy. And if I had to define philosophy in one word, I would say why. And that kind of is, your why is this, why is that, why do we do, everything is why we're questioning everything. And that kind of goes back to the antithesis of what they want, and what they're building in schools. So you see how you take away this, my ability to ask why we're doing this, or why we participate in this, or why anything. And you're just told to sit there and, accept what you're told. And then you get people who believe in climate change, and you get people who, and not to say that climate change isn't real, obviously, and that's why they changed it from global warming to climate change, because they, it's like, because it's changed so many times. But there's these natural cycles, and I'm not saying that we don't play some, role in it to some degree. I'm sure that the timber industry cutting down all those trees plays a huge part. I'm sure the rainforest depletion but that's not the average person. You know what I mean? That's not you and I. Sure, we may benefit from the timber or something to that effect, but the average person isn't out there destroying the climate. It's these industries that have, the mining industry, the timber industry, the oil industry, and really plastics and stuff are not helping either. But the overall, if everybody took a step back and look, it's these companies, it's these corporations that have no regard, for all this. And then they're sitting there pointing the finger at you while they're flying their jet to these, conventions telling you to stop driving your car. And it's like the hypocrisy is just out of control. And go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't want to cut you off there.
No.
And, and to this point, and instead, this definitely isn't irrelevant to philosophy and learning how to think philosophical. And it's not, I don't believe it's a coincidence that one of the people who has been most influential on the way that I think about and really opened up my eyes to the climate change issue, and specifically the fossil fuel industry as well. And I didn't know this when I first started reading and studying. He has a great book called the Moral Case for Fossil Fuels, which for anybody interested in this topic, I think is just a prerequisite. It's an easy read, it's not long, and it blew my mind when I read it. But my point is, he actually has he's a philosopher. He's first and foremost was a philosopher. He went to school at the Ayn Rand Institute, and he calls himself, that's what he went to school for, was for philosophy. And then he became, over his career, an energy expert. But I don't think that's a coincidence that he was able to, he has, and that's a common thread, even among people that I see who I vehemently disagree on certain social or political issues. I think of another person, his name's Jonathan Haidt, who's a moral psychologist. He wrote some great books, one called The Righteous Mind, Why Good People Are Divided by Politics and Religion. He wrote a book called The Happiness Hypothesis. But I vehemently disagree with his politics, but a common thread that I can still learn from these people, and they still have a lot to offer, and they're not ideological, and they're not dogmatic. And the common thread that I find among people that I can both disagree with, but at the same time trust and learn from, is that they have a deep understanding of and background in philosophy. And I don't think that's coincidental.
Yeah. So you just talked about the religion and politics thing, and I wanted to talk about that with you, because you and I had this kind of quick discussion before in the past, and you wrote a book about it, didn't you? About why we can't talk about religion, or we've always been told to stay away from talking about religion and politics.
Oh no.
you sent me something that you wrote that I was reading.
Maybe an essay, maybe an
Yeah,
essay or something.
Yeah.
Perhaps. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No,
I don't remember specifically.
Yeah. But I was reading over it, and we'd had this kind of discussion before, and I got to thinking about it, and I'm like, man, it really actually makes so much sense after, especially what we were just talking about before. But religion and politics, are two topics that everybody says you shouldn't talk about with people, right? Because so, and we had gotten to that, discussion that's kind of what has led to the devolved society that we've kind of, grown into today. But now looking at it, if you were on the other side of that coin and you were the people in control of, politics and religion, of course you wouldn't want people talking about it and discussing it and finding out the fallacies. Of course you wouldn't want people asking why and coming up with, reasons to question those things. So it makes actually a lot of sense looking at it from that, that you don't want to talk about that stuff because you don't want to start an argument. Well, really, you don't want to talk about that stuff because you'll figure out that there's a lot of bullshit involved. And so,
right.
How do you think about that? Like, because that was something it came to me the other day when I was getting, when we had talked about we were going to do this conversation. I remembered that talk from the past.
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Now, yeah, and I don't think we shouldn't have been. Yeah, we shouldn't have been taught not, to avoid those conversations when it comes. We're always taught in our workplace, never bring up politics and religion. What we should have been taught was how to have appropriate discussions around those.
Thinking about it from that point of view, doesn't that kind of make sense that they
would? Oh yeah, but you're absolutely right. If you are, anybody who thinks that evil doesn't exist in the world, I think is extremely naive. And yes, if you are an evil, or even if you're just, if you don't want people hearing a different perspective or challenging your perspective, which is what we see from the people, unfortunately, who are running almost all of our major institutions with the censorship, you don't want people hearing these, that's the root of all the censorship that we're seeing. And it's an absolute tragedy across the board. The greatest, a great quote from another philosopher, John Stuart Mill, points out that he who knows only his side of the case actually knows little of that.
Yeah.
And when we're neglecting kids from hearing these opposing viewpoints, and by that definition, they know little of anything because they've never heard the case for the other, the other side of the case, unfortunately.
And I would even argue that, the three sides is what's really important to hear: your truth, my truth, and the objective truth. Somebody.
Well, I don't like the word all perspectives. I agree. Yeah, definitely.
When I say truth, and I've made videos about this, because truth is just a matter of perspective, really. I mean, if you think about, what you thought was true 20 years ago, and then how it was true to you then, right? It was 100% true to what you believed and what you thought and what you knew. But then as you evolved and you grew, your truths grew and your truths evolved also. So your perspective of truth, it wasn't untrue to you because you definitely believed it. But the way I've been described is, if the truth is a giant piece of pie and I take a little bite over here and you take a little bite over here, we're not wrong. We're just seeing our side of the truth, right? And then as we ingest more of that pie and we start to see that there's more truth out there and there's more to it, and we weren't necessarily wrong, but maybe we weren't necessarily right either. And that's what I mean, because you and I can go to an event and see the exact same thing and have two different, interpretations of that. And then a third person, could also have their interpretation of that. And none of us are wrong and we're all right. So there can't necessarily be one truth. And that's going back to the school thing also, and I get that this gets a little bit convoluted because we can look at absolute truth, but like I said, it's still all an interpretation of what you're seeing, the way you're perceiving it based on your evolutionary progress. You can't see something from an enlightened point of view if you're still down here unenlightened, right? You would see it from that point of view. You would see the government as this benevolent healer that's there to help you. You know what I mean? But then as you progress, your truth changes because you learn different things, right? So it's still your truth, but it's your perspective based on what you know and understand.
Yeah, I think our differences on this would be more just in definitions, as opposed to, I think we actually agree as far as the scope of what you're saying. I think I agree with you. I think I just use the definitions a little bit different. I think I don't like the word your truth or my truth, because that's been I think that's kind of been hijacked, and it's used by the postmodern movement and throughout academia, that, there is no, that's sort of where the, kind of the root idea of where this 2 + 2 no longer equals 4 has come from. Like Ayn Rand, philosopher Ayn Rand, does a lot of, I think she was right on this part. There isn't, I think we do need to say there is objective truth, and obviously there's subjective truth. And objective truth is something that beyond our perspective, regardless of our perspectives or what we think, there's always some objective truth there, and we need to be able to have some concept of that. And I think you're coming more from a place of that humility that we talked about, and that realization that, and I think you can do that and say that I might be wrong, I'm likely wrong, I'm going to learn more that's going to change, but there's still an objective truth that needs to be our aim, that we're still working towards. Because otherwise, what the postmodern movement and a lot of this new age education has done was just thrown all objective truth out the window, and that's all they say is, oh well, it's my truth that this is racist, it's my truth that climate change is real, it's my,
yeah. And that's kind of my point, though, to a degree, is that whether they're right or wrong,
it's your opinion or your perspective, but that's different than
they truly believe, right? That's what I'm getting at. So it is true to them, right? From their perspective, it is true, because from wherever they're at in their evolutionary progress, that's what they've learned, that's what they've been told is true, or whatever. So that to them it is true, and that doesn't mean that it is true. So you see what I'm saying? Like,
let me
try to give a better example. Okay, the 6 and the 9. If you stand on top of a 6 and I stand on the bottom of the 9, and you say that's 6 and I say it's 9, who's right?
It's a false. I'd say it's a false dilemma, because you could both step back and see that it is
but that's my entire point,
and that the objective truth is there. So that, but
the objective truth is that it's both.
But so you can approach that from say, oh, my truth and your truth, and we can debate and argue about it, or you could come from it from another word that I think is important, and that has deep roots in philosophy, is a more dialectic approach.
But we're saying the exact same thing.
That's what I'm saying. I think we agree on this. I think we're just using different terminology.
Because basically, the person saying it's a 6 is right, the person saying it's a 9 is right, and the person sitting over here looking at it and saying, dude, you're both right. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah,
you just got to be careful about.
I know what you're saying. It's the semantics of the word.
And right.
Because, but I'm saying it in the sense that not that it
but
is
if both
true.
of those people, could step back,
you would hope.
Could zoom out. Well, you would hope. If we're dealing with a reason, let's just assume we're dealing with a reason.
Not the average population.
And like you say, see things from the other person's perspective.
Right. That's
then
my
they
whole
could
point about
see.
all of it.
Yeah. That's why I said I don't think we're disagreeing. I think we're just getting bogged down in the definition.
The word I know is what's throwing you off, because I know exactly what you're saying, and it gets convoluted in that sense. But more what I meant is that you believe it. It's true to you because that's what you know, and that's where you are in your process. Now you take. But
when you put the word truth, sorry to interrupt you, but before I lose the train of thought, I think the importance. I think this is why it's important, or why I would argue that it's important to maybe not use that word truth, because as soon as someone puts that word truth on it, that eliminates, in most cases, truth is an ultimate thing. So that eliminates that's the removal of humility, and it stunts progression or trying to continue to learn or possibly disprove yourself. If it's already truth, there's no reason to look any further into this thing. So that's why I think
I see what you're saying.
Using that word truth is
and I agree with that.
Is a tactical error. I would say this is my current belief and perspective, or this is what I currently understand about the issue. But that is not synonymous with truth. So I think that word truth should be removed.
Let me give you an example. So we go back to the heliocentric, model that was it not Copernicus? Who was the one who came up with the that the Earth revolves around the sun instead of the other way around.
I think some people say Galileo, but I think
Galileo,
it was,
yeah.
but I think it was actually Copernicus.
Was it Copernicus? I see. I get this.
It's not Copernicus. It's another name that starts with the letter C, but it was actually before him. But Galileo, I think, did it more scientifically. But go ahead. I know what you mean.
So, regardless, before that, everybody was 100% sure that the sun revolved around the Earth, right?
Right.
That was true to them, 100%, no doubt about it. Then another perspective came along and said, hey, this is what's true. And then everybody said, hey, you're right, this is true now. So that's more what I'm getting at, is when we evolve, what is true to us also evolves and changes. It doesn't mean that there isn't some objective truth hidden way out there, but as far as we know and what we've learned, our truths are going to change many times. Just like my truth about what I thought the government was and what I thought America was before, especially pre 9/11, compared to what it is now and what I believe now, like, and I'm sure there's a lot of changing that's happened and sort of thing, but the more truth that you learn, about a certain thing, or, there's kind of that truth that's put out there, and then there's the hidden truth type of thing. So there's all these different, and I understand what you're saying with the word truth, because it can be, it's become such an absolute. And I guess that's kind of my point, is that we shouldn't ever come to those absolutes, because there are very little absolutes other than the fact that everything is always changing. Very little is always going to be, if you go back in history and say, what is true? I mean, how many times has that changed? So what really is true? It's true based on what we know at this point in our evolution. But as far as what it might be in 100 years, everything we know might be completely bullshit. There's no real way to know or to understand, because you go back 100 years and what was right or wrong, or what was, truth or not truth, it's totally different. So it's all based on where we are evolutionary, and if you were to say, that we have these, devices that we hold in our hands where we can look at people across the world, and you said that 100 years ago, and that's true, that's not true. You know what I mean? So it's like, what is true other than based on where you are in this, whole reality? Yeah,
fair points. I would remove that word truth, from it. I think that's stopping. That's what's stopping that, and not in the, we get it. We'll just go in circles at this point, because we're agreeing. We're going in circles about something we really agree about. When it comes down to it.
But it's interesting to think about, because so many people do get caught up on that, like you said. Well, that's true, and that means that that's the end of the road. And my argument would be that we should always be questioning what's true. That's more what
right. Yeah, and I completely agree with you. That's why I typically warn people about using that my truth, because not in the sense that you're using it, but they're using it in the more absolute. They're using it in that absolute.
They're
sense.
manipulating reality,
which is why that is where they get the justification for censoring points of views that they think are, quote, not true. It's not their truth. So this is false. And these people are bad. These people, right? And I get that.
That's sure. And I get why you would, that confusion that creates. But more or less, I'm talking about how it's everything is our perception. Everything is our interpretation of what we see. And let's be real, we can pretend like we see everything the same. We can pretend like we interpret everything the same, but there's people who are colorblind who see color completely different. And we don't know that everybody doesn't see color completely different. The electromagnetic spectrum that we see is like 2.5% of 100% spectrum. So maybe somebody sees 2.7%. and then their reality is entirely different than our reality. So all of these things that we have, like you were saying before, there's just so many variables that have to be taken into account where, you can say all day that I'm wrong, but if I see it with my own eyes and I'm telling you that this is happening, who's right? I mean, so it's, and I think that we need to come to that more understanding of this reality, and this whole plane of existence that we're on is very much frequency based. And the lower your frequency, the less you're going to understand. And the higher your frequency, the more you're going to understand, and the higher your perspective is going to be.
So I wrote down frequency there, and we're talking about people who may disagree on certain things. I think this might be interesting. So I have two words and a couple metaphors that I have for what I think are two important words that gets to the kind of the heart of this issue a little bit, and what I think could be an understanding of these could be sort of a solution or an antidote to some of this, to to some of these issues in the common discussions that we're seeing. So one word is word called consilience, and the other is dialectic. And what dialectic allows is the ability for that conversation between people to take place and to learn from each other and to find out, oh, you're colorblind, and all those technical scientific issues. It's more of a problem solving technique as opposed to debate. So I talk a lot about we need to value dialectic over debate. And and this word dialectic is a common thread through Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. So here's a metaphor for how to think. It's sort of the opposite of debate, where you're trying to win an argument or score points or sound smart or impress an audience, and none of that has anything to do with solving a problem or getting to the truth, right? That's all irrelevant. But that's all we see today is more debates and arguments, as opposed to the antithesis of that, I would say, is the dialectic process, where you have two genuine truth seekers who are trying to come and a collaboration. And here's I think it's a great metaphor that you'll appreciate, because I know I have two musical metaphors, and that's why I think you'll appreciate it, because I know you're very musically minded. And so for dialectic, I think of, if you think of a group of talented musicians who come together and they collaborate, and they all have a different area of expertise, but they're able to collaborate. And what comes out of that, what is created out of that, is what I would call a logos, something bigger than themselves, something beautiful. It is a form of truth and beauty and reason that comes out of this collaboration of these people who are all coming from different perspectives, with different musical instruments and different expertise and different walks of life, whatever it may be. And they're able to, and you can imagine all the difficulties and the dynamics that can be involved in a group of people trying to collaborate to make one thing that is bigger than themselves. Now, you take that as people trying to have conversations about, what if we approached our conversations on these difficult topics with that mentality? Not, I'm going to come in and argue with somebody or try to one up somebody, but let's problem solve. Let's collaborate together. And what we can do by collaborating between each other is we're going to come up with something better than either one of us. It's more truthful, more beautiful, more reasonable than anything that we could have ever done. Just imagine the shift in the culture and the conversation if that is how children were taught to approach these discussions, and how opposite that is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then and so I just think that's so important. And then the other musical analogy that I think is important, that can kind of it goes to both. It's this word on consilience that I think is important for people that understand, which ties in with this why over specialization is a problem, and brings you back to this humility a little bit, and how complex issues are. So consilience has sort of been defined as a jumping together of facts, is how it's been defined, or I would say it's a unity of knowledge from different fields in different areas of life. So that's kind of similar even to the metaphor that I just used with the different musical instruments. It's just jumping together. So I think if people understood this a little bit better, if you would imagine a complex music equalizer, okay, where you typically have the knobs that move up and down, right? Yeah. Bass, treble, or whatever it is. And so now let's turn that vertically, just for political purposes, because then you can say I move it right or left. Okay, just to kind of get the visual. And it's an infinite complex music equalizer with just knobs all the way down. And what you have to realize is that the ideal position on any one of those knobs is dependent on its relationship to every other issue or every other knob on that music equalizer. And to take it even one step deeper, it's dependent on the song that is playing in the background, which you could say is your culture, Or is that your ethos, your values? Is that song playing in the background? And that's also, so as the culture changes, or as your ethos and your value changes, that also changes the perspective. So it's impossible and irresponsible for somebody to take a hardline position on any one topic and think that that's always the right answer. And that's the danger in ideology or dogma, because one issue is not always the same. And if you and so what I like to use as a more concrete example of that is socialism. All right, we're all very anti-socialism, but let's say you take one of those knobs on there and you move it's a knob for population, and you move the population down to 50, you move that to the left, and then all of a sudden you can actually there are small tribes where socialism, a socialist type of system, works very well, because when you have a smaller population, the dynamics are completely different.
Well, and let me interject real quick, because the thing that I would like to say about social, and everybody always said, socialism, listen, if you could have a voluntary socialist society that was the true definition of socialism, sure, that would be awesome, because everybody's doing this, but it's impossible. Unless you break it down to a group of like-minded individuals who are there, because it has to be voluntary. That's the only way socialism works, because as soon as it becomes this person doesn't want to do it, or one person rises to the top or whatever, that's how it always will do that because of human nature. The idea of socialism, yes, I get it. And to a large degree, if you look at like sports, and it's socialism, it's everybody doing their part towards a greater goal, right? So in a lot of ways, but you're not forced to play sports, right? You're there voluntarily because you want to. That's the difference that I think people need to have the distinction drawn, because so many people have this idea of socialism or communism as the idea of it is great. Everybody's equal. Everybody's, the idea of it, I get, especially if you looked at it in the opposite term of, everybody's equal and low. Like, what if everybody was rich? What if everybody's equal and we all have everything we want? Nobody ever talks about that society, and so it's always like we all got to be shitty and down here at the bottom. But anyway, I digress. But my whole point is the idea of socialism. If you could go, and it's not illegal to go take you and your friends and go make a commune, you can do that right now in a free country, but you can't be free in a socialist country. So that's the difference. So if you want to go be communist or socialist, go for it. You can go do it right now. Nobody's stopping you. The idea of it being forced on people is where I think the line in the sand has to be drawn. But go ahead.
But yeah, no, to your point, I mean, a perfect example of that is me and you were both previously a member of a specific group that was very anti-socialism, yet it was a socialism structure, right? We all pitched in a certain amount of money every month, and there were leaders of this group that decided on how that would be spent and dispersed throughout. Right. So, it's just kind of funny to think about, but yeah, it's just, it's an example of, you can't just, and unfortunately, when you scale that, if you take one of those knobs on that equalizer and bump the population up to 350 million people in the United States, then you have to realize, okay, the relationship of this socialism button down here has got to shift way over to, no, that's not going to work, because you can't develop those same relationships with the people. You can't keep track of who's holding their weight, who's not holding their weight. You just don't have those, everybody doesn't know each other, and you don't have those same dynamics.
And you could never have that, because you and I both,
not on a large scale.
Well, I'm saying I'm saying that the equal distribution or whatever, because even you and I, two capable men, we're going to have different skill sets. We're going to have different abilities, different, I might be able to lift more. You might be able to do something else more, whatever it is. So we're never going to be completely equal in our workload. If there's going to be someone who's crippled that can't do anything, you know what I mean? And there's going to be somebody who can do everything. So, and then eventually it's going to separate itself into the do's and the don'ts, right? And right now it's the haves and the have-nots, but in socialism, it's the do's and the don'ts. And then eventually the don'ts are going to become more people, because why do something when you're the only one doing it and all the other people get the benefit? And that's how it breaks down every single time. Because when you're producing for people who aren't, why should I do it if I'm going to get the same thing if I don't produce? And then eventually there's no producers. So it's a slippery slope.
Yeah, this whole idea of this push for excessive equality is so misguided and misunderstood. not very well thought out. We talk about people who want to say, oh, we should all be equal. We're not even equal to ourselves from one day to the next. You know what I mean? We improve and we get better, let alone, separate individuals from separate backgrounds and whatever it may be. And yeah, your point is perfect. And that's why it always comes down to force. You can't be both have equality and freedom.
Right.
Those two things can't go on.
And
that's why it always comes down to
the confusion there is the equality would be that we are all equally capable as far as our starting point. Everybody starts from zero, and you don't have and that's what's confusing too with where people say, oh, capitalism's failed us and all. What's failed us is our government growing out of control with regulations and all these other things that just do nothing but hinder us. If we all started from the same spot and it said all you have to do is whatever you're going to do, whatever you put in is what you're going to get out, and that's what capitalism is supposed to be, right? It's whatever you put in, you get out. So that's where the whole confusion is, kind of caught up and everything, where people think that, well, in a capitalist society, only the rich people have money. And it's like, no, in a corporatist society where we've been, taken over and devolved into what we've devolved into, I agree. But in capitalism, you work hard and you do your thing and you make your money, then that's what you did, and if I sit here and just be jealous of you, then, oh, well, I'm poor and you got money. And that's how it should be. Really, I'm not here to, and I do understand, because I go back and forth with this all the time in my own brain, the whole socialist utopia of, well, what about the guy who can't work? What about the cripple? What about the, et cetera, insert, whatever. And I feel for that. But I also think if everybody was truly free and wasn't restricted by all these insurances that take away all their money and all these taxes and all these regulations and all these other things, and people truly were able to keep the money that they earned and they were generating, if let's be honest, if society was the way it was intended to be, everybody would be wealthy in America who wanted to be, right? That's the society was intended. And in my opinion, I think there is enough benevolent people on this planet that would say, I have my fill in my cup. Let me help this person who doesn't. And that's their voluntary action to do as they wish, because they have the means to support themselves and their family, and they have a little bit extra. But now you create this society where everybody is cutting and scraping by, where every little last cent counts, and you don't have any extra to give. It creates this society of now the people who don't have anything don't even have the benevolence of the other people who normally would give, because they don't have anything to give. So it's created this kind of dog eat dog world in a way, where I got to get mine, because if I don't, then my kids don't eat. Where in that other society where it would be like, I have plenty here. What do you need? You need something to eat? Here you go. No big deal. And I think that's where the confusion comes in, is the more that people have and the more freedom that they have to spend their money the way that they want to, that would create this benevolent society that people are looking for. Not when you say at the force of a gun, give me your money and I'm going to go give it to this guy who doesn't do anything. That right there, now we're just in a, now I don't like that guy or you, you know what I mean? So it's like, now you're just creating this adversarial relationship between everybody.
Yeah, when what you say about freedom is the key, but some people don't like freedom, because with freedom comes responsibility, and with freedom also comes inequality. Is going to come inequality of outcomes, like you said. And I forget, I think it was economist, the great economist Thomas Sowell, who said, capitalism is a bad system, except compared to every other system that has ever been tried.
Exactly.
So,
and I'm not saying that it's perfect. No system is perfect. I mean, if you were just talking ideally, I mean, maybe socialism is the perfect, if you're just purely ideologically speaking, but, in practice, the only one that's going to get the outcomes that people deserve is capitalism.
Right. If everybody were perfect, if human nature did not play a role, exactly. Socialism could be fantastic.
That's why I say ideologically, I mean, it's flawless, right? Everybody has what they need. Everybody has, everybody's, all their needs are fulfilled. Like, sure, that's a great sounding, but then when it, when you see it put into practice and you look at Russia and, China and all these other places that have, and it's like, all it turns into is a regime of control and, so, yeah.
And it's a lack of perspective, when people talk about, it drives me crazy to hear people talk about poor people in our country at this point in time and at this
That
point
all
in
have
history.
iPhones and
I mean,
access.
and people need perspective, which is, again, which goes back, I could eventually draw back to the liberal arts when you do a little bit more studying of history and some of these things, and world history, and get a more become a more well-rounded, thoughtful person. But my point is, people, you hear the socialist movement, they always talk about the 1%, right? I think it's if an individual makes $34,400 a year or something like that, you are in the top 1% wage earners in the world. Okay, so technically, if you scale it out worldwide, our poorest people, so we have people who get welfare benefits that are more than that in our country. When you account for housing and all the benefits and the healthcare and all these things that you get, they actually get government benefits, are poor, that are more than the top 1%, that puts them in the 1% worldwide. So I always like to say, so now that you understand that when I'm talking to somebody who's pushing socialism, now that you realize you are actually part of that 1%, and you actually don't have to wait for government to use the threat of violence and force to take money from other people and give them to other people. You are free to put your money where your mouth is and take whatever percentage of your 1%, whatever percentage of your income and your benefits, and you can pay for somebody else's school, and you can pay for somebody else's healthcare. You don't have to wait for the government to apply those policies. Practice what you preach.
They're not the people who want socialism. The people who want socialism is the people who don't have any money that want to take it from others. That's the whole thing. That's what it really boils down to. It's never people who have a lot of money who are like, hey, let's be socialists. It's always the people who don't have anything and see other people. It's a jealousy thing, really.
Yes.
I mean, it's the why should there be any billionaires? Why should somebody covet that much money? Instead of asking, why aren't there more billionaires? Why isn't everybody rich? That's the question that we should be. Why, instead of why isn't everybody poor, why aren't we all rich? Like, why don't we ever ask that question? Why, it's this jealousy of he shouldn't have that much because I don't. I'm looking at it from, how do I get to his point? How do I get to where he's at? What did he do to get to where he's at? That's the way I think that we should be looking at things. If you're going to look at him in any kind of, he has this and I don't have that, which I don't think, I wouldn't condone either. But if you're going to do it in any way, why not say, how do I get there, instead of why is he there? Or why should he have that?
Well, there you go, thinking like a rational philosopher again. But that's not politically useful when you're trying to tell people you need the government to save them.
Right. That third party. Well, hey, do you mind if we take a quick bathroom break and come back? I want to talk about your picture and a few other things.
Oh, cool. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's pause real quick, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Sounds good, man.
All right, we're back. So one of the things that I definitely wanted to talk to you about is something that I didn't even know how familiar I was with it until it was kind of one of those things that I'd been doing my whole life, or a lot of my life anyway, and then someone put a word or a name to it, and that's the Socratic Method. And just, how you had mentioned a quote from Socrates earlier about how he can't make you, I forget exactly how you said it.
I cannot teach anybody anything. I can only make you think.
So yeah, perfect. So the Socratic Method is essentially asking questions to somebody and making them come to the answer themselves, like thinking through it. And I think that, coming from somebody who worked in the schools, you see how that has almost been flipped on its head, to the point of, I don't know how to do this, so I come to you and you just do it for me. And like, it's created such a helpless society, instead of me asking you questions until you can come to the questions, the answers to those questions yourself. And I feel like, going back to what we were talking about with, reformulating the education system, and, how much of education now at this point is even learning and is more just memorizing facts, And so I think that going back to that Socratic method of me asking you questions, and so that your brain can connect the neurons and make those neural pathways that make you have that answer now stuck in your brain, instead of somebody just told you the answer that's going to be out, in half a second, because you never had to reason through it. Do you want to add anything to that, or what, do you have any thoughts on the whole Socratic method? And
yeah, sure. I mean, this is another key problem that we're seeing that goes very deep. So yeah, I mean, because the Socratic method isn't being implemented or is not understood, in its importance. People don't like being questioned. They refuse to be questioned.
Well, you kind of come off as a dick sometimes when you do it, huh? Like if you're asking,
it can. It's like, why are you questioning me?
Yeah, right. But really, it's to make you think. And
but there's a great quote. I hope I get this right. That goes to why we are seeing more of that, because that didn't used to be the case, and it's certainly never the case for anybody with a strong understanding and background and appreciation of philosophy. Right. But it's like the truth doesn't mind being questioned. A lie is always threatened by being questioned. That's kind of paraphrasing there, but you get the point.
I know exactly.
So I mean, as far as I'm concerned, on the things that I am well read on, I love when people question me, right? Because I welcome the questions, because I'm confident that even if I might be wrong, I have some, at least I can make an intelligent case. Where if some of these, unfortunately, some of these kids have such strong opinions and they can't answer just basic questions. I don't want to turn it to a discussion about Donald Trump, but there was a famous video where somebody would record all these college students and say, well, why don't you like Donald Trump? And every one of them were like, oh, because he lies all the time. And you were like, okay, that's a good reason not to like somebody. Can you name one lie? And they would just get mad. They're like, all of them. All the lies. And they're like, well, which lie? And nobody, they didn't like that line of questioning, because they realized that it wasn't really even their opinion. They were just parroting something they heard somebody else say on school.
So much of what the world is now, isn't it? Like, I mean, it's nobody's formulating their own opinions anymore. It's, I heard this talking point on TV, I'm going to say it because it makes me think I sound smarter to people who don't know, the people who aren't going to question that. But then as soon as somebody, like you said, asks a question and says, well, why do you feel that way? I don't know, because I was told to.
And that's what the Socratic method can so effectively expose. Right. Our entire court system was built on the idea of the Socratic method and questioning, questioning and cross-examining the people in the way that's set up. The lawyers always ask in the form of a question. Right. But yeah, it's extremely important. And I was going to go another direction with that, but I forget. I lost my train of thought.
I think the other thing that's important about it is even people, even like a discussion for us, like right now, to do it, and for us to work through our own, to make sure, like you said, it's something I've researched, it's something I know a lot about, I want to talk about it. But maybe as you say it out loud, you start to say, well, maybe I do think, or, as somebody questions it or says, well, what about this? And then you start to, well, okay, all right. And then you really start to make even more headway. And that's why I love having conversations with people like you, because it's like, you can go back and, reevaluate your own positions based on new information that's presented to you, unlike where some people are just, they shut down as soon as you, question their, whatever they were told to believe or told to parrot.
Yeah, you as soon as you made your point there, it reminded me that I was going to say something similar to that, because what we're seeing is a sort of because people aren't having these types of discussions in a respectable and rational manner and trying to learn from each other like that. What we're seeing, and also because of the censorship obviously plays an aspect in that. What we're seeing is a sort of isolation of thought.
The echo chamber.
Yes, and there's I wish more people would read it. It's a short essay. There's an essay that Thomas Sowell wrote called "The Tragedy of Isolation," and one of the threads and one of the issues that he talks about in there is the effect that isolation actually has on the IQ levels of different cultures, and
why they lock us down,
right? And whether it's been and he draws it throughout history, whether it's been people who have been geographically isolated, like they're like mountainous communities in the Appalachian Mountains, and they're just isolated so that they can't learn from, whether it's governmental isolation for certain governmental reasons, or just cultures who refuse to learn from other cultures. he drew the thread that they, those are all end up being the lowest IQ cultures, and it's because of their isolation, because they're not learning from each other. And that's specifically what we are seeing, where people who are told not to listen to different perspectives, and even the ones that want to, they don't even know where to go to get them.
Well, they call it cultural appropriation now.
Right. Yeah. To learn from, right. And that's, one of the most important things is to, that's real diversity is learning from the different cultures and then taking what is great about those cultures and trading those ideas.
And that's why America was so great for so long, because it was all those different cultures coming together and figuring out what's good and what's not, and leaving behind, and making our own culture.
Right. In the what was the motto of the United States that is on our money. It is. I say it used to be. It still is, but the sediments has kind of lost its meaning now. But the term "e pluribus unum," which means of many we are one, which means even though we had all these cultures, we all had common, we were all coming from common values for the most part, had a common ethos to our culture, and we've kind of lost that. And that kind of that culture was based in, I believe, in Judeo-Christian values. And I think we can still, and I think since we've gotten away from that, I think philosophy can help us build that common ethos.
So when you say because I've heard that sentiment quite a few times, the Judeo-Christian values and stuff, can you elaborate on that at all? Like what you think that means? Because when people say that we're founded on this, Judeo-Christian or whatever, so what I believe, and this is my total, I'm not quoting anybody or anything else, this is my total belief system, that the underlying theme of why America was originated and the thing, and what we were founded upon was the idea that we all have a responsibility to, play this part in society, but we're also individuals who, want to live individually, but in a part of a society as well. We understood the complexities of that, but we also understood that as little outside interference as possible, and embracing what makes, a lot of us different. But going back to the Judeo-Christian values anyway, no murder, there's just certain things that it's like, okay, maybe maybe those are tenets of that system, but aren't they tenets of most systems? So that's why I get annoyed, because, and I'm not saying with you, but just in that sentiment, because it's like, it's one of those conqueror white European, type of, they did it and that's why it's bad. But it's like, but don't most cultures don't kill each other, don't steal from each other? Like, aren't those tenets a part of every foundation of every culture that there is in the world? Or am I missing something?
So I'm sort of in the same boat as you. As I'm not prepared to talk on all the details and the specifics of the origination, but I've heard, I hear that talked about a lot, kind of like you do. I've never completely dug into it, but yet to your point, and I think that's just was the religion that the founders came from. But yes, to your point, it's
the values of that religion, aren't they kind of universal in a lot of ways?
That's like when you hear God-given rights.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or, on our money, I think in God we trust. So it's kind of just, that was the, the belief system that our founders were built on, or that our founders built the structure on, and the value system. Other than that, I'm not
I'm not either. That's why I was just curious.
More detail. Okay.
Yeah. Because I just always heard that, and I'm like, well, what are these? Because if you look at we're going back to 1776, right? And we're talking about the basic, the Constitution's not that long, it's not very in depth. So, what their basic values of, and obviously we didn't live up to everything that we said in the Constitution right away and other things, but all men created equal, all, these basic, your rights come from God. And they didn't say, the Judeo-Christian God, or they just said God, which implies creator that's somewhere beyond, which could be anybody, it could be any religion, any denomination, anything. It wasn't specific. And that's where I get to the point where I'm like, unless I'm missing something, but it just seems like one of those, the white European conqueror stories that, we have to, it's all bad because it was them. And, like, that's what it feels like to me, is it gets relegated to that, when it's like, well, aren't they good values to be based upon regardless of who they came from?
That's would be a philosophical way of thinking about it. You're thinking about it outside of the realm of the dogma of the specific religion, And, it's that dogma and everything that comes along with it that I think has turned people off so much,
for sure.
which is specific to my point, why I think that can be replaced. We can replace the prom. And I don't want to take anything, like, I don't want people who are very, theologically minded and religious and spiritual and, or maybe, devout Christians or whatever your religion is. I'm not taking away from that. I'm just saying to scale this, to scale something on a larger scale, philosophy can transcend all the different religions, I think, which is important.
Well, and that's why I said I feel like philosophy and spirituality are almost, I don't put, when I say spirituality is here and religion somewhere over here for me, because I would consider myself spiritual and not religious at all. I feel like those are two totally different communities that are searching for similar answers, but one of them is asking why, and one of them is just saying, okay, it's in a book. So I would much more put philosophy in the spiritual side of things, at least as far as I perceive that. The way I perceive those things, I see them as two totally different, in the same realm. If you had a realm of, it would be in the same hemisphere, but I believe that they are two opposite sides of that coin, where one is more about control and one is more about questioning, and figuring out the truths of the world and the universe and all that stuff.
And like I kind of said earlier, I think you can get everything that you get from religion, from philosophy. You can get all the positives from the people. So even say for those that religion works for, and who are okay with that, even for those who aren't, because the way I think, I'd be like, the way that I think it's important. I think people should read the Bible and study religion, whether or not you're religious or not. Because the way that I take it is, religion is more as a narrative and metaphysical stories that teach lessons that have been learned thousands and thousands of years, and they were trying to depict these lessons in story form. And I think there is so much importance to that when you read different stories throughout the Bible. And I hate when people nitpick certain lines out of the Bible or certain sections. I'm like, this is a book that's like thousands of pages. You're never going to agree with everything that's in any book that's ever been written, every single word. You can't just boil it down to, if they got a couple things wrong, that doesn't mean you can't. There's not great lessons to learn from it. But I think because of kind of what you said, the more militant might not be the right word, but I think dogmatic is the perfect word to use. That people just don't like that dogma and being told what they have to do by other human beings. Exactly. You can kind of get that on your own if you want to believe in a higher force, but it's I would still, even if you're not religious, I think it's still important to read those stories. But you can get those same many, if not all of those same lessons and same stories, studying the great philosophical texts.
Well, one of my favorite quotes is, there is truth in all religions, but no religion is all truth. And I think that when people can look at it that way and say, take what's good from it, and there's some obvious things that are meant to be allegories or perhaps even mistranslations. That's one thing that gets lost on people so much, is even, let's say that everything that is in the Bible was meant to be there. You take it from Aramaic, what it was originally written in, whatever, an ancient dead language, and then it's been translated into how many other languages. And then you take on top of that, have you ever read like 16th century literature before?
Like you have
17th century, just long, over 200 years old, any kind of writing.
I've read like Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, that kind of stuff. I don't know if that's quite that far back.
Just my point
Nietzsche's 1800s.
Yeah, the language is different. It's English, but the words mean different things. It's a different language. And every 100 years that you go back, it's going to be different. So you're going back 2,000 years and you're translating, so all these different translations, when I was in college, it was 16th century or 17th century literature. I think it was something like that. And it was like John Smith, and they were talking about like that era, and it was some lady who was a part of that colony or whatever, and it was her memoirs. And I'm sitting there reading it, and I'm like, I don't even know what this lady's. It's in English, but I don't know what this lady's saying. You know what I mean? This is a totally different language here almost. And then you take into account all of those different things, and you just kind of got to take it for what it's worth. Like, just, you can't sit here and say every single thing in here is true, otherwise it's not. It can't be all or nothing one way or the other, because and you can't say it's all false either, because there's a lot of truths within religion. So it's kind of one of those things that people, just like the whole third dimension reality is that duality. And just like we were talking about before, where you have your truth belief, I have my truth belief, whatever. And then there's that third side that is, the objective. And I feel like duality is so much of that, where you have to be black or you have to be white. There's no gray, and you have to be right or you have to be wrong. There's no gray, there's nowhere for, and we've just come to that society of like, you're either on this side or you're on that side, and there's no other option. And it's like, where's the nuance? Where is
nuance? I just wrote, as you said that, I was writing down the word nuance, because I didn't want to bring that up.
It's been lost on us, and it's terrible.
And what you're talking in, what you talking about difficult text, you could try reading some of the ancient Greek.
Oh, I know.
Ancient Greek text is, man, it's very, very difficult. But the more you do it, the more you can. But before I lose my train of track on nuance, it's such an important point, because I recently read, I forget who said it. It's a quote that tyranny is the direct removal of nuance.
Oh, that's a beautiful.
So that right. The people that want to control you, don't want you. Nuance is not convenient for them when they're trying to push a very specific.
And then just now look back on what we just said this whole time about with school and all these other things, and how it all plays together for this theme of control and that lack of nuance. Like you said, I mean, it's just becoming more and more obvious every day what's happening. And I hope that people listen to these conversations and at least spark some sort of curiosity as to why we believe these things or have these convictions that we hold. And hopefully we come off as somewhat intelligent people who have done our thinking through these contemplations, and aren't just flying by the seat of our pants or whatever. And it would be nice to get back to having conversations with people that are based in like this, where even if we disagree, we can still, talk about it and figure out a solution. And I think the biggest thing that's come out of this that so gets overlooked in so many conversations is how many times have we kind of not argued, but disagreed, but only to find out we're saying the exact same thing pretty much. It's the like the let there be light and the Big Bang Theory. Is that not the same fucking thing? Like, you know what I mean? It's literally the same thing, but we argue about from our perspective and what word is being used and all these different, and it's everybody's for the most part saying the same thing, but we argue about why we're saying or who said it, or and forgetting that the message is the most important thing, not who said it or all those different things. So it would be nice to be able to get back to that type of society where we can engage in debate and not, like you said, be devolved into ad hominems and whatever else throughout the conversation, where that's how you win nowadays. You get louder and call somebody a name and walk out.
And that all goes down. You're talking about, again, the fundamentals of philosophical thinking there. That's dialectic. You're taught to define slow down the conversations, define the words that you're using to make sure that you're not just talking past each other. When I use the word liberal and somebody else has used the words liberal, we could be having an argument about liberals, and we could both have completely different ideas of what that word even means. So we're never going to come to a conclusion, because we're not even arguing about the same thing. Exactly. And you have to, if you've never been taught or trained, that's not something that these aren't things that just come naturally to most people. The way that goes more into the even the neuroscience that's just not the way our brains are wired to work. Maybe a real quick interesting point, and this is something that I learned from Jonathan Haidt, a book, the Righteous Mind. first, we are first and foremost, and he's able to, they're now, this is something that the ancient philosophers again intuited, thousands of years ago, which I'm always fascinated by. You can read, that from first century BC philosophers who had things figured out on an intuitive level that the scientists are just now figuring out today on a more, and can explain it more, more scientifically. I'm always fascinated by that. But
I have an answer for you whenever you're done with your point.
Okay, don't forget it. Yeah. And I'll wrap this up. So now using fMRI technology, they can locate, one part of your brain is stimulated by emotions and another part of your brain is stimulated by rational thoughts. And they can, so they can actually observe, what's taking place. And the very first and foremost, we are ruled by our emotions or our intuitions whenever we hear a perspective or a point of view or somebody's name. You think about Trump. Somebody says the name Trump, it's emotional, right, and intuitive. And now, but here's where the real problem comes in. After that initial emotional or intuitive reaction, we then move on to the more logical side of our brain. But this is key and important for people to understand. That rational part of your brain isn't working in a truth seeking. It's not seeking truth necessarily. It's only, it works to rationalize the original emotional response. So you think of somebody
coming up with an alibi for why you believe that,
right? Well, you think about I'm going to do research on this. Most people are just researching everything that supports their original point of view.
Confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias, and that's the way our brain works. So he calls it the inner lawyer, which is brilliant because you think and this is why IQ level and the most highly intelligent and smart people can often be so incredibly wrong. Being smart or having a high IQ doesn't necessarily make you more right, but it makes you more skilled at, you think of a good lawyer is a very sharp, quick, high IQ person. So, and they're just more skilled at making their arguments. So they're actually they're just better at convincing themselves that they are right. Exactly. So often not actually being right. And that's important. But once you realize that that's how your mind is working, then you can sort of step back and say, whoa, okay, let me, try to, look for ways to avoid that.
So one theme that's come up throughout this conversation I've noticed is taking that zoomed out approach, being able to step back. And, that's what I was saying with that 3 sides of the truth, where if you can step out of, you having this confrontation with this person and see it from this perspective where you're watching the conversation happen now, and you can objectively say, he's got a point here, he's right about this, he's wrong about that, and be able to do that. I think that's what we need more of, instead of automatically, he has to be wrong because I'm right, obviously, so instead of saying, right, well, let me hear your viewpoint, maybe we're saying the exact same thing in different words, you know what I mean? And that's what happens so often. And then people end up devolving into arguments or just walking away or whatever it is, and then never coming to the conclusion that, hey, we were saying the same thing the whole time, just using different words. Like we were saying about the truth, like what the truth means to you and the way I'm expressing it, we're saying the same thing, but we're getting caught up on that word, right?
Right.
And that happens with so many people, especially with religion or politics or whatever else. You get caught up on the one word. The whole argument's brilliant, but that one word stuck out to you, and now I can't accept it because, and really that one word, they were probably saying the same thing that you agreed with anyway. It's just happened to be, the way I interpret that word, I guess, or whatever it is. And especially now with the way words kind of mean whatever you want them to mean, at least in our society.
And you can teach and train, those aren't, once you say them, they're not difficult, these aren't like super difficult, complex, concepts to understand. Like when you say them, they make perfect sense. Right. And there's no reason why we can't be teaching our children, again, that just goes back, it's the fundamental of how to think, of how to make sense of the world's information. So hopefully, if we either we're going to have to reverse the direction that our current institutions are trying to go. And I actually had a meeting. I met with my son's superintendent at one point, and we started talking about philosophy. And I'm considering possibly trying to give speeches at different high schools to actually interest children in getting more involved in philosophy, because there's no philosophy courses in most high schools, and for most universities, unless you might take one elective or something, they're not taught philosophy at all.
Right.
And I think it's just a big tragedy, but I think that's where I think it has to start, man.
Well, and the other thing that just popped into my mind when you said that about being taught philosophy is that's just it too. Is in school, what is most of when you learn about a subject? Well, here is this guy, he was a philosopher, he wrote this book. Here's this guy, he wrote this book. Here's this, now take a test. Which guy wrote what book? What year did he live? Like, you're not learning his philosophy. You learned about a couple of guys who wrote some books. You didn't learn why they thought the way they did or why they were contemplating the things that they were. Like that's where school has failed us too, is we're not actually learning things. We're just memorizing dates and figures.
There's another great quote. It said, nowadays we have philosophy professors, but we have no philosophers.
That's exactly perfect.
Right?
Sum up my point right there. Yeah.
Yeah. There's definitely, I don't want to take away, because that's something that I'll probably talk about here, that I want to talk about briefly too. You have to read. It's important to read and read and understand, and to read and understand the perspectives of the different philosophers is important. But to me, that the essence of philosophy, and the greatest philosophy book that I ever read that really broke this down, is it's called What. I highly recommend this. And again, this isn't one of those super difficult ancient, written in Greek and translated and difficult to understand books. It's What is Ancient Philosophy by Pierre Hadot. And I actually have my top 10 favorite quotes from the book is on my Facebook page. If anybody goes there and wants to scroll through it, and I think it'll kind of lure you in kind of to the book. But but anyways, and he really talks about the essence of what philosophy means. And the word philosophy comes from the Greek word philosophia, which gets interpreted into either seeking wisdom or the love of wisdom, the lover of wisdom.
Yeah.
And just wanting to be a better, less, we're all ignorant, but we should at least strive to be less ignorant than we were yesterday. Right?
Beautiful quote. I definitely agree with that, because that's, and I don't know, so many people I feel like just look at a mountain and say, I got to get to the top of that. And then, it's really just about looking down at your feet and taking one step, and that's what, like you just said, am I one step closer than I was yesterday? Well, then I'm on my way. You know what I mean? But, or am I just sitting here staring at this mountain to climb and not making any progress and being paralyzed by it? And so many people look at the end, I have to be here, when really, it takes all the steps to get there, right? It's that one foot in front of another type of thing. You can't get there without that one day at a time, getting a little bit better each day, a little bit, getting a little bit more of that ego taken away.
And we need to remove this sort of maybe stigma that like philosophy is a highbrow intellectual sort of pursuit.
But that's that classification thing that you talked about before. It's that expert thing, right? You can't talk about it because you're not an expert. Well, why should I listen to you? And
I love when people try to say that. But yeah, sorry, I cut you off.
No, that was my whole point. Yeah. But just it's that same thing of it creates this, gatekeeper type of thing where it's like, well, you don't have a certification that says you're allowed to talk about that. And so why should I listen to you? You don't have any good points. Nobody said that, John Hopkins University didn't say that you're allowed to say this or whatever it is,
What was Socrates' credentials when
Exactly.
You don't become a philosopher or an expert in philosophy, just by studying what other philosophers
but that's what our society
wrote and parroting and just vomiting what they said back up, and I think these conversations. You had said something earlier that made me want to I wanted to respond to that I thought was important. That these conversations I do think are incredibly important. And Socrates is known. It's been written that he had no interest in having high status positions of power. He wasn't interested in becoming, very, greatly in political positions. But because he believed that he could have more influence on the culture just by having his discourse, his dialectics, his conversations with the everyday man. That's where the culture is taking place. So don't underestimate the values of just conversations like these. I think go way further than people think. I believe that it's not my original thought, that politics is downstream from culture, and then I also say that culture is downstream from education, meaning everything starts with education. And these, conversations like this can also be greatly influential on the culture, which, in turn can hopefully eventually have some sort of positive effect on our politics. I think politics is nothing but projection. It's a reflection on our culture and our society. If we hate the political people that are in power, that we've let get in power of us, and we hate the way that they act and the way that they talk and the way that they think, well, that's a reflection, I think, on the culture, and we need to look inward at ourselves.
Yeah, but that's right there. How many people are willing to do that? How many people want to face their own demons?
Yeah.
Most people have no interest in doing anything like that. And that's the problem. It's, I've probably said this quote 50 times on this channel so far since I've had it, but it rings true more than anything. It's that old Mark Twain quote of, it's easier to fool people than it is to convince them they've been fooled. And people don't want to admit that they've been wrong. And that's the biggest problem in society is you can have them believe whatever you want, but trying to change that belief after they've already said that that's what they believe, whew, good luck, and that's so hard for people.
And man, I believe this is something that can be taught. And again, I sound like a broken record, but every one of these issues, man, you can pinpoint it throughout throughout the ancient philosophers. Maybe it was Descartes. I forget exactly who said it, but maybe it was another Socrates quote, where he says, "If I'm proven wrong in an argument, as far as I'm concerned, I won. Because I came away from that a better, smarter person than what I was. And I've been able to adjust my thinking to improve. And I'm no longer thinking wrong on that." Just that. And I think that can be taught. Like that can be taught when you tell young children that and teach young children that it's honorable to admit when you're wrong. And that's the only way that you learn. Yeah. If you've never been wrong about anything in your life, that you've never learned anything in your life. Exactly. That can be taught.
Right. No, that's brilliant. I love that because I do. I totally agree that, we need to, and it's that egoic society too, right? That your ego is your identity. And this is another thing that, I'm going to get into my thing that I had to say earlier about the channel.
Sorry. Yeah, I think I cut you off.
No, it's all leading together. So it's perfect. About the ancient philosophers and how they had all these ideas and stuff, but I kind of lost where I was going with that. What were we just talking about? Sorry, I just totally lost my train of thought.
Well, shoot, I was getting ready. I was interested in what you were going to say, and I completely forgot.
Anyway, it'll come back. But I want to go back to my previous point that I had said before.
We were talking about winning, not wanting to win, but you think you're a better person.
Oh yeah, the ego. That's what I was getting. Yeah. So a lot of people, especially in the spiritual community, the whole idea is to smash the ego. The ego should be obliterated, right? So what I've learned through, and we'll get into the channeling and stuff that I talked about before that I mentioned to you, is so the ego and the humility, they should be balanced, right? And one shouldn't be out of control compared to the other. If your ego's out of control, that means that you identify with, I am this, I am that, or whatever, instead of just I am, the whole whatever. But so having that ego be in check to where you can say, I had this thought, I entertained this idea, and now I can say that was wrong. That means that your ego is in check enough where your humility can say I was wrong, right? But it's your identity your ego hasn't taken over to your identity to the point where if anything that I say differs, from what I said I was originally, then I can't be. And so many people can't get past that because this belief system is me, right? Instead of I am this person who has these set of beliefs. Like so many people can't see that line of distinction and go back and forth. So if you want to respond to that real quick or not, or I'm going to go back to where the channeling, how that all
go ahead
to your answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
So going back to what you said about how all these ancient Greek philosophers, and I did not know the answer to this until right now when you asked that question, why all this happened. And I had this happen a few months ago. So this is very interesting. So as everybody who follows my channel already knows, I channel, angels and different things. Like, so channeling process, meeting that frequency, they're speaking through me, whatever. One day I was meditating and I got this message about channeling. And I was like, who is this? And he said, Sophocles. And I was like, Socrates? And he was like, no, Sophocles. I'd never heard of Sophocles. And apparently he was a Greek philosopher. Mm-hmm. So what he told me was that the art of channeling has been around forever. That's what a lot of those people were doing. That's what the E4s were, in the, if you remember the Greek society, that they would go, check with the E4s. They were channeling. They were channeled messages from beyond. And that's where a lot of these philosophers and, where a lot of this information came from is they were channeling, that they were meditating, they were sitting with these thoughts, and then they were getting the answers from beyond and expressing it. But some of them, like myself, prior to understanding what I was doing, had no idea and just thought this was their own, interpretation of thoughts and them sitting with themselves, and didn't understand that they were receiving outside communication. But it's funny because I had this communication, it was probably 2 or 3 months ago now, and where he came through and told me this and was telling me about the channeling and stuff, but I had no idea why until right now when we had this conversation and you're asking like how they knew these things. And it was like, man, he was telling me this answer all this time in advance to tell you how this stuff works. And it's just blowing my mind right now that like how that works out. But it was really interesting because I was sitting on this information for a while and I'm like, I have no idea why this guy came. But now it's like, oh, this makes perfect fucking sense now.
That is very interesting. And I've known the name Sophocles, but I haven't, is kind of lesser known, just kind of read it in passing, but I'm going to have to look more. I'm going to have to look more into that. That's very interesting.
Yeah, but I thought that was
how they had these intuitions or where those come from. Yeah,
that's
very interesting.
If you think about society back then too, and how much more, I don't know if open is the right word, but less like closed off maybe to the unknown, in those societies where communicating with, beyond and those it was more like, yeah, okay, accepted, you talk to the gods, you do that, it was just kind of an everyday thing. And then throughout the, evolution of society, and, you can see why, purposefully and taken out with religion and those sort of things. If you could go within and get the answers that you needed, why would you need religion? Why would you need politics?
Do you think it's possible that a lot of what they may have called the kind of channeling could have just been that kind of that intuition that we get? Like sometimes I don't know where my ideas come from. Sometimes
but maybe you need to be open to the possibility that you are channeling instead of those being your own thoughts. Because perhaps, that's what I always thought too was, and then they told me I've been channeling my whole life. And so I'm like, okay, but now I'm learning to distinguish, right? So I ask, is that me? Is that you? Who is that? Who's coming to me with these thoughts? And then sometimes it's obvious if I'm in the middle of asking a question and I get cut off in the middle of it with the answer, obviously that's not me. Or if there's things that I have no idea, I didn't know the answer at all, and then they give it to me, like there's, other proof. But it's very interesting. Like I don't really trust yes or no questions yet. I'm not to that point, but when it's obvious, it's obvious, but yeah, that just really, it triggered that memory that about that channeling session I had. And it was very brief. It was probably, I can't interpret when I'm in meditation, how time there is, but them coming and telling me that message and then you asking me about it, it was just like, wow, that's really funny how, and it makes total sense too, because if you look at a lot of, channelers and stuff, if they didn't tell you that they were channeling and that this information was coming from you would assume that they were some kind of philosopher, right? All these brilliant ideas that, seem otherworldly and stuff. So it's kind of, it makes a lot of sense. And it's all just kind of clicking now that we're having this conversation. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's fascinating. That's definitely something I'm going to have to consider. And that's something that I can learn, and, that I just learned from our conversation, I can kind of add to my thought process moving forward. So yeah, that's what's great about these kind of discussions for sure.
Yeah, because it just opens up, and I don't know what your thoughts are, I know everybody has different thoughts on spirituality or what's out there, what's not out there. And the one thing I know is, especially over this past year, my eyes have been way bigger, much more opened up, and the communications that I've received, the truths that I've been shown, things that are just undeniable. And, that thing I was saying with the three truths was actually a channeled message that I had, that they were explaining to me about how, the truth works and the piece of pie, and how there's this great big truth, and everybody's just taking their little bite of it and thinking that that's all it is, when it is, it is true, but there's a much bigger truth behind it, is the kind of, and I know truth is, you're kind of getting hung up on that word, but it's
No.
belief, if you want to call it that, whatever it is. But to you, your belief is your truth, right? So if you believe something to be true, then it is true to you. That's more what I'm getting at. It's kind of the chasing its tail there, but
Yeah, no, I got you. I definitely, as far as my perspective on kind of the spirituality, and I definitely, the older I get, the more I have developed this sense that there's definitely something bigger, much bigger, and and outside of myself. But I, not to sound cliche, but I have to, as far as this specific topic, I got to go. I got to kind of parrot Socrates and say the only thing that I know is that I know nothing at all.
Right. And and that's the best attitude to have in all of this. And I'm the same way. Especially the more I learn, the more I realize I know nothing at all. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And
yeah,
it's kind of that, what we were saying before, basically what they've told me, the only truth is that everything's always changing. And that's about as much as you can hang on to as far as truth goes, because we're going to learn new things. And, I get that there's like the mathematics, like you said, 2 + 2 is 4. I get those like inherent truths and stuff, but more or less I'm talking about the things that we believe, that we hold to be true, and, that we've come to our conclusions throughout our life. And how many times have we done that and then had to change our minds and had to, reevaluate our, hopefully if we're intelligent enough to do that and humble enough to do that, and reevaluate what we've been taught and reevaluate what we've thought or had, and you should do that every time you come across new information. Like, it shouldn't be that, and I think the true form of, true sign of intelligence is to be able to entertain a thought without making it your own, right? So be able to listen to what you have to say, that's interesting, process it, but I don't resonate with it, so it's not my own belief, right? Or you made a hell of a point, that makes a ton of sense to me, now I'm changing my belief system, right? Because you convinced me. And I think that we need to be at that point where it can't be, well, I can't believe you because you don't have a degree, you're not a philosopher, right? So how could you have any validity to you? And instead it should be, are these truths resonating with me? Does it make sense to me? Does what you say, do I say, dude, everything you're saying makes sense to me, I can't argue with you, you know what I mean? And I think part of that is being in a point of openness, like you said, to know that you don't really know, and to be open to, dude, you might be 100% right and I might be 100% wrong, and we should go into every conversation with that thought, and being willing to change. But also, you should have to be able to back up your argument just as much as I should be able to have to back up mine. And in that process, if we both realize that one of our arguments, then we should be able to change our opinions on that. And I think that's where the society that we should be working towards, instead of, well, let's just agree to disagree and walk away, which is fine, after, obviously if things are going to lead to fighting or something worse. But our true goal should be, what are you saying that is valid? What am I saying that's valid? And where can we meet in the middle and make these ideas meld? Or, maybe I change my whole belief system entirely based on, ideas that you present me.
Yeah, man, you're making too much sense. We need more of that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a response, or I was just kind of piggyback on that, but I lost my train of thought there. I was just taking in, everything that you were saying there, and it's you're using that nuanced thinking that we need so much more of. I think any idea, I think, can go too far into where it enters into the realm of diminishing returns, and then eventually becomes counterproductive. Kind of like where we've gotten to one extreme where 2 + 2 no longer equals 4, but you can also go too far in the other direction, and that's where that kind of that
balance
nuance comes in. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I think that one thing that people need to take into account is the role of the useful idiot. And I know that we've had conversations about this before, but if you're out there on the front lines defending a position, at least make sure it's your own. Don't be out there defending a position that, like you said, as soon as somebody asks questions and you don't even have any answers to because you've never thought through it, and all you're doing is parroting some other argument that somebody else presented. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. At least have some sort of thought, or if you truly believe that, then have your convictions and be able to defend your your stance. And if you're wrong, then admit you're wrong. And or if somebody else comes along with a better argument that it crushes what you're saying, then maybe listen to them and not just get defensive about it and shut down.
And a lot of these things that we're talking about, and a lot of these lessons that can be learned, used to be, at least, and this might be an interesting this might be a good transition to talk about the book set that actually sits behind me here. And the reason why I bring that up is, you can, when you read throughout history, a lot of these things that we're talking about, or these lessons, are given in narrative form to make these points. And when the liberal arts, so the book set that sits behind me, and this will make sense why I'm bringing this up and how this ties in. It's called the Great Book Set of the West, or the Great Books of the Western World book set that came to fruition from two philosophers, no surprise, and educators, Robert Hutchins and Mortimer Adler, who were educators from the University of Chicago in the early to mid 1900s, I think is their timeline. But the reason why they brought they came up with this book set is because they saw, even back then, the liberal art, the disappearance of a proper liberal arts education, and the reading of and learning from great literature and philosophers. So you learn these lessons, and you get these narratives of these different type of people who aren't thinking properly or who don't have proper values. You get those from reading the great literature, whether it's Dostoevsky or Tolstoy or Shakespeare, or or obviously reading the dialogues of Plato and Aristotle, and on and on and on. And what's great about the liberal arts is you don't get one perspective on an issue. You're getting all the perspectives on the issue, and then you're able to sort of absorb all that and learn. And the key to the foundation of the liberal arts, I believe, is philosophy. I think even philosophy goes even deeper, because it's not just the theoretical aspect that we've talked a lot about, which is important, and how to think properly, but it's actually developing some idea of what it means to be a good human being. And hang on here. You still there?
Yeah,
I'm going to have to hang on. I might have to take out my earphones. So I only had them in, actually, because I thought you might get some feedback on your end, but my battery's going low. So I'm just going to plug it in here. If you give me 1 minute.
Yeah, no problem.
I just might.
Yeah, I would be curious, just to kind of enlighten those who are watching. What would your definition of liberal arts, in the way you're describing it? That way people can take out what they're thinking and know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Should be charging. My phone should be charging now. So the liberal arts is really just, and it's been perverted throughout education. Now it's not what it was meant to be, which is why this book set was created. It used to be about reading and studying a broad range of topics of the greatest thinkers and the greatest men, and the greatest people and thinkers who have ever lived throughout history, and learning from them, from everything from psychology to great literature. Like I said, you have the literature from reading Shakespeare, and then that makes you a more. It gives. Here's what it gives. It gives perspective and sort of a point of reference for what it means to be a good, noble human being. So what do I mean by that? So I remember when, as far as perspective, and so when my son was younger,
and I would tell him, it's important to work out, right? He would do like 5 push-ups and 10 jumping jacks. And he'd be like, man, I had a tough workout. Whoa, man, I'm beat, right? He had no perspective or no point of reference for what that actually meant to really work out and to push yourself to the limits. So as he got a little bit older, when I say introduced him, I mean like through videos and through his some of his stuff, not personally introduced, but I introduced him to a gentleman by the name of David Goggins. I don't know if you're familiar. Who's a Navy SEAL who has a workout online. And I say, let me give you some perspective and let me give you a point of reference for what a tough workout really is and what the human body actually can achieve. And we did like a 1-hour video workout where he was just on the floor and like, he had no understanding of what that meant. So why that's relevant is it's the same thing when we talk about, what a brave, courageous, noble person is. We haven't been reading and studying the greatest thinkers and the most noble, brave, courageous men throughout history. So these kids, they have no perspective. They have no point of reference of what it means to be a good, honest, noble human being. And that's I think what you kind of get from studying it's one of many things that you get from studying the liberal arts and the various subjects, as well as becoming a more well-rounded person, as we sort of that antidote to over specialization. The liberal arts is sort of that antidote to that. And here's an interesting fact, and that goes to this point. A brilliant man that I know you're familiar with as well, Jocko Willink, another Navy SEAL. He does a phenomenal interview with clinical psychologist Jordan Peterson that I highly recommend. He did 2 interviews. I think the second interview he does is the best. But one thing he points out on there is he majored, you might not, most people wouldn't guess that a Navy SEAL and someone who always knew they wanted to be a Navy SEAL actually majored in English literature.
Yeah.
And when asked why did you major in English literature, his answer was, because I knew it would make me a better Navy SEAL. And that's a profound, deep level of thinking that goes back to the Miyamoto Musashi quotes. To master the sword, learn to play the guitar. He knew that, learning everything that you can learn from reading the great literature, from the communication, being able to communicate properly, to learning what makes great men, to what makes bad leaders. You get all that from there. And that he attributes a large part of his success as a leader and a Navy SEAL from reading that. And we've taken that away from our culture and from our people. And why this book set is so important and why I want to bring it up is because we can't leave it up to our education system to teach us these things anymore. We have to take it on. We have to take our own personal responsibility outside of the institutions, and we need to do this ourselves. We need more, not the caricature of the high intellectual sitting up on his chair in a prestigious university. We need the plumbers, the carpenters, the salesmen, everybody needs to realize how important it is for every aspect of your life, as far as I'm concerned, to have a foundation in philosophy and even the liberal arts. And that's why I think so. For a few $100 you can invest in this book set, and there's some difficult reading, but to a point you made earlier about how difficult and complex some of that old reading is. When you read the older texts versus what you read today, it becomes so apparent how dumbed down our education has become, and how words that are so key to thoughts, words like that people can get up, that will realize the importance of things like what is logos, what does ethos mean, what is the epistemics, what is consilience, what is dialectic. All these words are, you ask the common person on the street, they have no idea what any of this means. So it's not even part of their repertoire. They don't have that perspective. They don't have that that point of reference. So I guess to bring that full circle to the point I was making about having a point of reference, when you read and study from the greatest thinkers, then you have an idea, and it cannot help but have an impact on you. You know, one thing that I recently I did a video discussion actually with a guy who wrote a book on consilience, a scientist named Tom Beekbane, a few weeks ago, and he asked me what makes me different, because he said, you seem different than most quote ordinary men. And I was like, well, I learned early on the importance of surrounding yourself. And, you know, this is such a common sense thing that everybody understands, surrounding yourself with it's important who you surround yourself with. You know, you want to surround yourself with the greatest people, that, you know, the best people that you can. But I did not come from a background, and most people don't come from a background. And regardless of your background, you're not always going to be able to surround yourself with the most brilliant people and the greatest thinkers. So my sort of loophole, coming from a very humble background where I did not have great influences in my early childhood, I realized I could still surround myself with great minds and great people and learn from them by surrounding myself with great books. And every person can do that. And, you know, and this great book set is an incredible place to start. It's the great book set of the Western world. Well, and we need more ordinary men to take those kind of things up.
Well, what you just said, you brought my point that I was going to make previous to full circle, is you can see why, as you're explaining why they don't teach these things in school. You can see why they don't want people who were counterculture, who thought outside the box, who went against authority, and they want to celebrate the victim, right? That's who's celebrated now, is the victim. Everybody wants to be the victim. And then the hero, as you're speaking of, that we no longer learn about or read about, and they would rather you be the victim and say that, I don't have any power. I just do what I'm told because, you know, I'm a victim of circumstances or XYZ or whatever else it is. And so you see why those things are taken out of school and not taught. And now here's the other part of that. If you are reliant on school as your only form of knowledge, then you're failing yourself. In the age of information, it's your choice to be ignorant. All of the information is out there and easily accessible at this point. So you blaming your school for not learning this or not doing that's your fault. You know, and I get that there is that, you know, some form of ignorance where if you don't know about something, how do you learn about it? I can appreciate that. But at the same time, if you're just taking everything that the school shoved at you and say that's all there is to know, then that's on you. You know, there's a huge world out there. And especially once you do just a little bit of digging, you realize how much you've been misled, you know, purposefully.
Yeah, you mentioned you mentioned an important word there, hero, which I think is important, because I think it, you know, the quote heroes that our current culture looks up to. I don't see how anybody could read, you know, from the great thinkers and the heroes throughout history and be anything but ashamed for what we call. I mean, what was it, just a year or two ago? I think Cardi B was like woman of the year. Like those are the, you know, and those are heroes. But what's important, even more so, you know, when it comes to this word hero, I wish more people understood what I call ordinary men. Maybe I could define a little bit more.
I was just gonna say, I want to talk about it because you've brought that up a few times. So maybe if you want to define that.
Yeah, and this is a main point of the book I'm working on here, is actually trying to get across to quote ordinary men. But it's important to distinguish that when I say ordinary man or ordinary men, I do not mean, that is not synonymous with mediocrity. Okay. Ordinary. So I give three examples. So it's important to understand that throughout history, the archetypal hero, which you get from reading the great literature throughout history, the archetypal hero has never manifested from anything but ordinary men. It takes ordinary men that are willing to become and can do extraordinary things. And I think not enough people realize that. You know, we need to, like I said, the everyday plumbers, the carpenters, I sell signs for a living. I'm an ordinary man, but we need to let those people realize what they are capable of. And man, probably in our lifetime, this point in the history of our country and everything that we're going through, we are in desperate need of more ordinary men to step up in these heroic position. So that's why I think this is so important. But let me give 3 examples.
Well, can I say one thing before you do? Because the thing that I think is interesting about that is, and it goes back to this whole thing, me being a musician or, somebody being in whatever, and they see the end result of 20 plus years of practice and say, oh, you're really good. That's awesome. You must just be naturally talented. And it's like, that's hundreds and thousands of hours of practice that you get to see, the end product of. The hero, in your story, this ordinary man is somebody who is an ordinary person who took that next step to be great, to step out of the ordinary. And so many people think that it's just this born hero that was born this way, that has this innate ability. And so many times it's the person who was born without any of these abilities that worked so hard in practice to get to the where they are. But I just wanted to say that for you.
Bingo, you summed up my entire point there very well. And I give 3 specific examples of people, at different points of history to make the point. I'll start with one's just sort of a mythological folktale called it's called The Jolly Tailor That Could. Jordan Peterson writes about this in his book Maps of Meaning. And it's just the story of just an ordinary tailor. He dresses ordinary. He just fixes clothes. But what happens is in the story, there's a break in the sky rips open, and the rain just pours out of this rip in the sky, and the town is just becoming flooded, and it's everybody's going to die, the community's going to get ruined, and they need somebody to have the courage. They build this ladder that goes all the way up to the rip in the sky, and they need somebody who is courageous that can go up and sew and mend that rip in the sky. And it's the ordinary tailor that had that skill, but he had to be willing to be courageous when the time came to take the chance and risk his life to climb up that ladder. And he sews up that rip in the sky, and he saved the community. And that's such a great, and that's the power of literature, and you can get those same types of stories in religion, and in mythological stories. But for some people, that's why I say you can't just throw those out. So for the people who want the more concrete real life examples, I give 2 incredible real life examples. One is, somebody I talk a lot about, Miyamoto Musashi. He was known as the greatest Japanese swordsman to ever live. This is when he was 60-0, back when they fought duels to the death. He was undefeated in duels to the death, and also phenomenal philosophy. One of the greatest books that I highly recommend people read is the Book of 5 Rings. It's about 100 pages, and it's not that difficult to read, and I highly recommend it. But that's not, when you hear that description of him, you're like, okay, that's not someone I picture as an ordinary person. But there's a great quote that a historian wrote about him, another Japanese historian, and I'm going to paraphrase here. I hope you'll get the gist of it. He said, "I wouldn't want to say that Musashi is ordinary, but he actually is, which is what's so extraordinary about him. He realized, almost exactly to your point almost, that he could not rely upon his natural gifts, which is why he worked so hard to develop his gifts and to practice and put so much effort into it. And like you said, now 30 years later, people are talking about his God-given talent." And he ends the quote with, "That's how people who don't try very hard comfort themselves."
Exactly.
That's
brilliant right there, because so many people just attribute it to, oh, you must be born that way, I'm just not that good, I wasn't born with that gift. And it's like, do you know how much time I spent being terrible? Like, do you know how much work went into this? Like, that's some of the most frustrating comments that I get sometimes with, oh, you're just not. And it's like, no, I really wasn't. When I first picked this thing up, I was awful, just like you are. And it took a lot of being awful to get anywhere near to where I would call myself decent now, So
the fool is the precursor to the master. You have to first be willing to be the fool before you can ever become the master. Well, that takes courage to put yourself out there.
That's the problem, is so many people, and I've countless people over the years, oh, can you teach me how to play guitar? Sure. And then within the first 10 minutes of them not realizing that they're not going to be as good as me, in those first few minutes, they pretty much gave up. And it's like, this isn't easy. It's not something that you just pick up and all of a sudden it's, oh, that was easy. And nothing worth doing is, nothing worthwhile is that easy. And it takes time and effort. And that's why yeah, that whole hero thing is, it's a development of a, like you said, the ordinary person who decided to not be ordinary anymore.
Our current culture, and then I'll give my third and final example, but this whole line of reasoning again is something that our current education system and our current institutions don't even recognize at a time when everybody gets a trophy. They don't know what it means to achieve something great and something difficult, because they're just told from an early age, you're just fine the way you are. You get a trophy even if you're terrible. But the third example that I always like to give is David Goggins, because his story is another fascinating story.
Oh yeah.
He decided, and here's a guy that he's been called the toughest man alive. He's broken the world record for most pull-ups in a certain amount of time. He's like
just 4,000 plus or something.
Just unbelievable. And if you look at him now, you're just like, this is an unbelievable human being. And if you go back to when he was in his early 20s, when he actually decided he was depressed, he was up in the middle of the night, he couldn't sleep, he was watching a TV show on like the History Channel or something about Navy SEALs, and he decided, man, I want to be a Navy SEAL. Meanwhile, at that time, he was about 300 pounds, extremely overweight, out of shape, depressed. He tried to run. The first time he ever tried to run, he couldn't even make it a half a mile, and he went home just just defeated. He couldn't even make it a half a mile running. The first time he wasn't born, and he talks about all this in his book and in interviews. He wasn't intellectually very sharp. He actually failed. He had trouble passing the written exam for the Navy SEALs. So this was this isn't somebody that's like, oh yeah, this is going to make a great Navy SEAL. You're like, oh my God, this guy is a train wreck.
Yeah, like, definitely not born a hero.
And to boot, he was a horrible swimmer and was scared of the water.
Yeah, that's right.
To be a Navy SEAL, okay?
Right.
But he never quit. He put his mind to it, and every single day he improved. Another great quote: don't ever compare yourself to who somebody else is today. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday.
Yes.
And as long as you're making those those instrumental improvements, and that guy from his early 20s, out of shape, 300 pounds, couldn't pass a written exam, was scared of the water, is now labeled the toughest man alive and was a hero Navy SEAL.
Right.
And that is what ordinary men and what people need to be taught at a young age, what they are capable of.
Yeah.
And I think that's important.
It's the mindset, right? It's the mindset of, do you want to be the victim or the hero? And that's really what it comes down to, is so many people just accept, well, my name is Smith and all Smiths are losers. So that is what it, what you've heard the same expression in how many different ways, or I'm just destined to be this, or I'm an idiot, or I'm too weak, or I'm this. And it's like, and I love the Henry Ford quote, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. Yep. And I just believe that so many people, just by that expression, I can't do that. Well, you're absolutely right. You can't, and you never will be able to until you believe otherwise. And I think that we undervalue how much our subconscious listens to what we say and how that plays a part in what we truly can or cannot do. And, if you just look at, Goggins is a beautiful example. He was the antithesis of a Navy SEAL. Let's put it that way. Prior to him changing his mindset and saying, I'm in control of this situation and I'm going to tell this body to do whatever I want it to do. And that is really, once you take back that power and that control of yourself, then that's when everything starts to become, limitless, really.
Yeah, man, 100%. And then in the same way, you have to push yourself physically. You have to do the same thing mentally. I mentioned I've been working on a book, and the saddest thing, this goes to the dumbing down of our culture. I've shared. I'll share like a one specific chapter that I wrote with people, and ask for their feedback, and everybody has given good feedback on it. The only, including a couple book publishers, the only negative that I get, they say you're writing it too. And they say you're writing it too high of a level, you're going to lose people. You know, you need to, why don't you make the words a little easier to understand, right? And I'm like, you know, and but it's why they want me to dumb it down so that I sell, so that as a part of a financial gain and to reach more people. And we've continued, and that's, you know, that's where education has went, where our students have become customers as opposed to students. So we wanted to make it, the more that they wanted to make it available to everybody, and they, you know, they just dumbed it down so everybody can get an education. Everybody's willing to pay for it, which is just watered it down and dumbed it down. But what we need to get people to rise up to the level of the difficult text, and realizing your mind is just like your muscles. If you're only doing 5 push-ups every day because it's easier and it's easy for you to do, you're never going to get anywhere. And in that same way, you need to read difficult text. The only way you learn new words that you don't know or you don't understand is by reading them and then looking them up and researching them. And that's how your mental muscle, I'll call it, sort of. So,
and I totally get both sides of that argument, because I get where you're coming from, and people should definitely elevate their thinking. But I also, you know, living in reality where people are generally not interested in bettering themselves if it takes effort. So it's like, if you can just tell me the answer, then yeah, I'll do it. But if I have to look for it myself, then I don't really care. You know, it's like one of those things. And so I see from both sides, because I definitely agree with you more than the other side, but I see what the other side is saying. And you know, to a degree, it's kind of, you know, if you could elevate somebody to your level of thinking by dumbing down some of the words, maybe, then that's a victory in itself, right? So it's kind of like one of those, well, how much do you want to give to what is the end goal? I guess, is the end goal to elevate people's thinking? Then, you know, maybe it is, you dumb down a couple words. But if it's the end goal is, hey, I want people to be at this level, and the people who are at this level are going to enjoy this, you know. So it's kind of like, I see, you know, from a publisher's point of view, obviously they want to sell as many as they can. But so it's kind of one of those, like, where you're taking a knee to pick somebody up type of thing. You know what I mean? You're coming down to their level to pick them up to your level. So it's almost like, if you want to really have people understand these things, you know, but so I can definitely see both sides of that coin. Because I would agree with you. I don't want to change what I don't want to dumb down my stuff just so that somebody else, but I also do want people to understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, no. Your point is correct. You know, there's a balance. There's a balance there. I just say we went way too far in the dumbing down and watering down. I mean, I think
look at a test from like the 1920s from like
that's why we went way too far.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
You definitely overdo it, and you write something. You're just trying to make yourself sound smart using the
right. No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. But no, you're correct. Again, you're a
societally, we've gone so far, and that's where I always go back to the, you know, my conspiracy minded self of how much of this was intentional and how much of it was just a product of, you know, the participation trophy type stuff like you were talking about. And one thing I wanted to comment on that is, everybody in the argument of the participation trophy who is for it is always talking about the kid who's sad because they lost, right? That's who it's always about. What about the kid who worked his ass off to be the best, who trained every single day, who went to all those after school, you know, workouts and all these other things to be the best? Now his trophy means the exact same thing as the kid who didn't even show up to practice half the time. What does that teach kids? Like, why don't we ever look at it from that point of view?
Well, it's a tragedy in both respects, because what you think, so to your point, one thing I always say is, when you're tolerant, you know, we're in this era of this misplaced tolerance. You know, they think they're just being tolerant of the losers, you know, being empathetic to the losers. Or, you know, what people don't recognize, though, is when you're tolerant of somebody who doesn't deserve it, you're actually being intolerant of everybody else who is affected by your misplaced. And so, you know, you're not really all that tolerant in the first place, you know. So to your point, you know, you're negating that, you know, the reward, the incentive of that person who has done something great and worked hard to get to where he's at. And it's a tragedy on the other end too, because you're taking away his ability to improve. You know, you're taking away his incentive to become a better person. you
Right.
know, to realize what he can achieve. You know,
Right.
if I'm terrible when I get a trophy, if
No
I'm
reason
told,
to improve.
right, and that's horrible to take that away from somebody, and not to, and it's I tell my son all the time, like, look, I'm going to tell you, if you suck at something, or if you write something for school, and he'll have me, like, sometimes have me read something, I'm going to be like, look, this is fucking terrible. I don't know what you were
Right.
thinking.
Yeah.
But he realized, I'm like, look, I'm telling he realizes I'm not, it's
Yeah.
not out of a
Right.
bad place, and we can kind of laugh about it. And but I'm like, look, I'm not going to tell you it's good or you'll never improve.
Right.
I know how much more potential and how much smarter that you are, and I'm not going to take that away from you. Or
Yeah.
some overprotective, who just cares about self-esteem parent might say, "Oh, that's so great, and that kid's going to go their whole life being like, "Man, my parents tell me I'm so great, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Is this all the better I can do?" So I mean, it's a tragedy on both ends of the spectrum.
And then you're just disillusioned your whole rest of your life thinking that everything you do is great, and it's not. And then
Yeah.
it creates this whole, but I think going back to when I was a kid, and I remember being in baseball and we lost the championship game the one year, I wanted to do everything I could to be better the next year to win that championship. It wasn't, you know what I mean? So that whole mindset gets taken away whenever you're handed a trophy the same, because now, well, we both won. I don't even have to try harder because I got the same thing as he did. And it's just like, now you do, like, exactly what you just said. It just totally takes away that motivation to improve, because for what? I got the same thing as the guy who won. Why do I need to improve? And that is our society in like a nutshell right now. It's just that, and it's that whole communist society where now the guy who did work hard and did train hard and do all these other things, why is he going to do that again next year when he got the same trophy as a kid who didn't? And it was horrible. I used to coach youth football, and it was the same thing. We were awful. We went 1-8 the whole year. Nobody deserved a trophy to begin with, but you know how it goes. Anyways, we had a kid there. There's a weight limit in youth football. He showed up the first day of practice and was like 5 pounds overweight. Never never made the weight the entire season. Probably showed up to 5 or 6 practices. Every time he showed up, he was heavier. And that kid at the end of the year got the same trophy as the kid who was at every single practice, who did everything the way they were supposed to, who didn't deserve a trophy to begin with because we were terrible. But they both got the same exact, and it's like, what are we teaching them? This kid showed up 5 times and he was overweight, never practiced, but he got the same trophy as a kid who was there every day, who didn't deserve one anyway. So it's just like, what are we doing here?
And it's so terrible. I mean, you're taking away that kid's ability to realize his full potential. And that's exactly what you're doing. Jordan Peterson says it. It's funny when he says it. Psychologist Jordan Peterson, he says the worst thing you can tell a kid is that you're fine just the way you are. He's like, if you talk about a kid who's insecure, they're insufficient in so many areas of life, they're ignorant about so much stuff, and you just tell them you're fine just the way you are, that kid's going to be like, wow, this is all there is. This is it. I'm fine. I'm depressed. I'm stupid. I don't know. And I'm fine just the way I'm on.
It takes away that self-reflection, because if I'm told I'm fine, I don't have to work on my flaws. I'm fine the way I am. I was told by my mom, she wouldn't lie to me. So it creates that whole like disillusionment of yourself, and how, our whole, I would hope most people realizes that their goal here is to be constantly improving and learning and going through these lessons that were, presented, and to learn from them, and, to grow. But so many people, like you said, oh, I'm good. I don't need to be any better. I don't need to self-reflect. I don't have to, change any of my flaws or anything like that. I'm perfect. Mom told me I was, and that society, you see what's, that the result of it right now. And it's awful. And I do see some pushback, and maybe, I don't know if you do either the same, but I am starting to feel the pendulum start to, it's starting to meet some resistance and starting to swing a little bit in the opposite direction. And I think it's probably a lot of our generation who are kind of that in between, where the participation trophies were just kind of starting maybe a couple of years after we were, in sports and stuff.
It's the generation we're raising.
Yeah. And I think now that we're starting to see what happened with the generations prior, and it's starting to kind of, we're like, whoa, like this is getting a little out of control, because we are kind of in a unique, and I think we're about the same age, same generation, but where we were right on we were still the kids that played outdoors, but we had the electronics starting to, phase into our lives. So we still see, both sides of it. We're not totally, illiterate to electronics, but we also see the importance of being outdoors and being disconnected from things. And I think that we have a very unique generation in that, where you have this is the generation before us who's pretty much illiterate to, modern society and electronics and all these things. And then you have the society that's being created in front of us that is essentially illiterate to outdoors and doing anything on their own, that doesn't involve an electronic. And so we're kind of in a weird transitory state of our generation of being able to see both sides.
Yeah, I agree. And I do see, it does seem that the backlash to all of this is coming and building to that pendulum is beginning to swing back. But here's an interesting thought that I had not too long ago that I'd be interested to get your thoughts on. As far as the pendulum that swings back and forth. We're now seeing the backlash to all of this, because there's something a thought I had before is that sometimes I think how do I? There's so many different directions that I want to go that I want to go with this. So let's take the school system, for example, and this this dumbing down and this overly protective. This is if you're familiar, I don't know if you and your audience may be familiar with like the archetypes.
Are you talking about like from the MS or the like the, what are they called? The architect and all those different types of archetypes.
Okay, yeah. So archetypes are just kind of, there are more that you can kind of think of stereotypes, but it's a more deeper primal thread throughout
the psychology
history.
archetypes, right? You're talking about
yeah. Carl Jung, psychology.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So if you think there's an archetype, there's the archetypal devouring mother, and then there's an archetype on the other end that is the archetypal, just the tyrannical father. And you just think about the masculine versus the feminine dynamic. The archetypal devouring mother is just this overly protective. It just wants to protect and overly coddles children to where they become incompetent because the mother never wants to let go. Yeah. And then on the opposite end, you have the tyrannical father who just rules with an iron fist kind of thing. So you have those two dynamics, and our public school system is, and this is statistical facts that aren't disputed by either side, is run majority of liberal women, okay, who fit that archetypal devouring mother. And that's where I think much of this mentality comes from. It's just been this. So that's why it's not surprising to see this over coddling mentality, this over empathetic, this participation type thing, because that's what comes from that psychological personality type, which is specifically who is overwhelmed, our academic institutions. So, but why this is relevant to this conversation and where I'm getting to is I wonder, and I made this point a while ago, and it came from listening to a Pink Floyd song. I think it's another brick in the wall, where it's where the chorus is, we don't need your education, we don't need your thought control. And you have there's the guy in the background at the end yelling at the kids, you can't have your pudding until you eat your meat. Right. There's this very militant, authoritative voice. And I wonder if, where we're at now, started with the pendulum on the other end.
Oh, I 100%
where
agree.
we just overemphasized, and then the pendulum, and that's why we got this pendulum swing way too far to where we are now. And, my concern is, I want people on our end of it, as we're the ones that are kind of maybe part of this pendulum swinging back.
Absolutely.
To not go too far, to the one end, or not to turn into everything that we hated just from the other aspect. I think far too often there's this, I think it's a religious saying that the first will become last, and the last to become first, or will become first, or something like that.
Yeah.
The roles in society will be switched. But far too often, what I think happens is that the characteristic traits just end up reversing and becoming the very, very much the same way. It used to be the liberals used to be the ones for freedom of speech,
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of times you can definitely find instances in the past where those more on the quote, you know, however these words get defined and are used, you know, conservatives were actually the one trying to silence a lot of speech in the past. And I just don't, and I, you know, I think that's what we've seen. A lot of these people were so liberal minded and open minded and really, you know, trying to fight racism and tyranny. What they've happened is they've gotten into control and into power. We've watched them manifest into the very things that they hated, to where now they have become the tyrants and the racists.
And I've thought about this before though too. And I agree with you, but I don't think that their mindset is what you say it is. Okay. I think most of those people are only mad because their team's not in charge. They're not mad that there's inequality. No, they're mad that they're not on the side that gets to decide who's in charge of what's going on. I truly believe that's what most of these people are. And then there are the people who truly believe that, you know, like we do, what's right and what's just, and that should be. But I definitely believe that at least the loud ones, at least the loud, you know, people that are always bitching about all these things and are always at the front of this social justice and shit, they don't give a shit about equality. They give a shit about their team being in charge. And that's it. Because how many times have you heard somebody say, I hate racists? So you are fighting your hate of racists with hate. So they hate people based on their skin color. You hate them based on their ideologies. What is the difference? You still hate, right? And that's what people fail to realize. I hate these people because they hate those people. Well, how are you any different or better than them? You're the exact same thing, hating for a different reason. And the you know, most people can't, you know, wrap their head around, you know, in that, who are in that field, you know, have a hard time wrapping their mind around that they're not realizing that all they're doing is substituting the people that they hate for the, you know, it's the same hate. It's the same mindset.
They turned into everything that they hate. Yeah,
exactly. And they don't even realize it.
Yeah, that's, and so I guess, yeah, my warning is, I just hope that those on, you know, more on the other side don't do the same thing, and maybe it's just an endless cycle, and that's just the way, that's just human nature and the way things are going to go. But
what it has to be is, it has to be people like you and I who can have these type of discussions and realize the pendulum shouldn't be on the right, it shouldn't be on the left, it should be right in the middle. That's where the pendulum, and it shouldn't be swinging, it should just hang out in the middle and understand that they're going to do this way, they're going to do this way, but society should be a blend of everything. You know what I mean? There shouldn't be extremes. That shouldn't be the norm of society. And I hate, like, nuance. It's that nuance is that middle ground. That's where we need to hang the pendulum, is in that nuance, and understand that there is no one size fits all for this, you know, earth school life that we are going through. There is no, where I can say 100% that everything that I believe is going to be good for you, or vice versa. You know, there's going to be nuance. There's going to be things that, you know, I may be able to eat pizza all day for the rest of my life and it may kill you, or, you know, we don't know. Everybody is so different. And so, but we try to put everybody into these boxes of, well, this is how society is and this is how this is, instead of just having this like nuance, you know, where you can believe this and I can believe that. As long as we're not hurting anybody, it really doesn't matter. You know what I mean? But now we're getting to the point where you have to believe what I believe, or else you're the bad person. You know what I mean? And that's where it's gotten very devolved.
So let me add some nuance to the nuance.
Yeah.
Because when you mention, you know, kind of in the center, and I think of centrism and centrist, and there's danger in always taking that position, though. There is some danger in that as well, as far as, you know, never actually deciding to stand up for something, or not deciding to take a side when it needs, or kind of being a fence sitter. And I think there's danger.
Talking more on a societal level than an individual. Yeah. Because I definitely agree with that, because there's times where you have to, but societally we shouldn't be swinging so far to the left, and then all of a sudden that everybody realizes how terrible idea that was, so now we're all the way on the right, instead of you know, balancing in the middle and saying, all right, there's some good ideas over here and there's some good ideas over here, let's, you know, use both sides and come to a nuanced, you know, perspective, instead of, well, we tried it on the right side, that didn't work, now we got to go all the way to the left side and try it that way. Like, and that's how it seems. And it seems to be, you know, the pendulum used to kind of swing like this, and now it's like, you know,
that's a good point. Yeah.
And I think that's more where, you know, even if it does still swing a little bit, it should swing, you know, gradually back and forth, centering around the middle, not, you know, where it's completely out of control. Because Obama, and I say the Obama regime, and I understand how presidents are just puppets and all that stuff. So don't get me in, caught. I'm talking to the audience, not you specifically, but
yeah, fair enough.
I'm not, saying Obama was, like they're all in charge. I get there's a whole, just for example, Obama really started the swing, right? It really started to go one way. And then Trump came in, and then it really went the other way. And now Biden's in, and it's really starting to go the other way. So it's like we're getting to the point where this pendulum just keeps getting further and further up on the side, and we need to really start looking for balance and start looking for, this whole like left, and I don't want to get into politics too much, but just quickly, the left right paradigm, it leaves nowhere else to go, right? There's only left or there's only right. There is no middle. So it's kind of, we've created this almost on purpose to where we have to hate this side for 4 years, then we hate the other side for 4 years, and then it'll all be better next time whenever my team's back in charge, and nothing ever changes except more tyranny.
Yeah, when in reality, I think there, both conservatism and liberalism, in their true definitive sense of the words, are both extremely necessary, and both can go too far. But you have to have each. Like there's utility in learning from the traditions and the things that have worked in the past, and not just throwing that all away. So that's the conservative perspective. But you can also go too far with that and be too conservative and not be willing to take risks. We talk about the hero. Well, it's the archetypal hero is also the common thread throughout the heroic stories throughout history. Is it's the hero who has been willing to part from tradition, and and willing to be the anomaly and bring novelty back into the culture, so that you get something greater out of it. And that's the liberal aspect of it. So even when so they're both necessary. And the way it's talked about today, you're either evil if you're a liberal, or you're evil when you're a conservative. And that's why I try to use the term leftism instead of liberals, saying all liberals are bad. Leftism, I think, I use that as the extreme, and the communist.
The true sense of liberalism is freedom, right? I mean, that's basically, you're that's
freedom of speech, freedom of
it
used to be a liberal thing,
right? And now it's turned into the opposite, where it's like the fascist party telling you what you can and can't say, or can and can't do, and it's like it's been hijacked.
And that's a communist tactic to a point. I think you were originally making. They're changing the definitions of word. That's right. Orwell 1984. Where they reversed. I don't remember the specific examples, but like freedom was slavery and slavery was freedom, and they mixed up the word. Like we call like the group anti-fascist is one of the most fascist groups in the anti-racist and anti-racism that is being taught. The groups that call themselves anti-racist are the most racist groups that there are.
Exactly.
So
because of what you said earlier, where they created the definition of racism is only this group can be racist and only this group can be non-racist, and only, so it's like, it's just like you said, it's just creating this overabundance of definitions that aren't what they originally intended to be. And then people can say, well, this is what I mean, so I'm right. And and then there goes back to that truth thing that you're talking about. That's a slippery slope.
That's why it's so difficult. But if we are rooted in proper philosophical thinking, you can at least begin to acknowledge how flawed some of that thinking is. You can see the logical fallacies. You can see that there's no consistent thinking across the board when we talk about these things. I think it could, but it'll solve that maybe it can eliminate some of the quote useful idiots. You're never going to get rid of the tyrants who are purposely manipulating this stuff. But if we can get our culture to recognize these things earlier, and they can kind of vote these people and get these people the hell out of our institutions and our government.
Well, and the useful idiot thing is very interesting, because I would say that if you are a useful idiot, you probably don't know, right? That's kind of part of it. So, and then that goes back to the Mark Twain quote earlier of, it's easier to fool people than it is to convince them they've been fooled. So it's like, you have these useful idiots who are parroting these things, who are, perpetuating this scenario that has been, disseminated from the top down. And then you present them with an argument that, is counter to what they think. they're going to defend it just because now they're in too deep and they don't want to be wrong. And it's just like, that getting over and being able to break that down to where people can engage in more and not be so, tied to where their opinion is their ego. It is their identity. It is who they are. It's who they've become because of how they've been manipulated, and the media has been doing it. The schools have been doing it. And, you go on and on and on down the list of how it's been done, but that's where we're at now, is people don't want to be wrong more than, it's that, going back to what you said about debating versus the dialectic. We're debating to be right, not find out what is right. Right. I'm debating to win, not find out what is the best way for, what is the win for everybody. I want to be right, not what is right. And I think if we can go back to the only, outcome of this discussion should be to find out what is right, not if I'm right or if you're right. Let's find out what is right. And if we started, looking at things from that perspective, then we could advance so much further in society. But we're so caught up on that ego of, well, you have to be wrong if I'm right. There's no other way around it. There's no nuance. So, changing that whole thought process would be a good start.
And that all goes back to teaching and training, getting out ahead of that and teaching and training people, to recognize that through proper philosophical thinking. You have to, and there's a great line that I read that makes the point. One has to do a certain amount of work on themselves to allow them to be able to accept the truth.
And how many people do you know? I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you up. But how many people do you know who are completely adverse to doing any type of, self-work and making themselves better? Anything. I mean, it's a societal issue.
Yeah, and a lot of that. Yeah, it's that kind of nihilism that came from that lack of, that lack of meaning, that lack of religion, gave people sort of, I think that contributed to the lack of meaning in people's life, where they don't, so they don't, and that's, again, this is something that I'm trying to get through in my book, not just the how, but probably the most important chapter in there, and the one that I'm most proud of right now. It's called the why. Why is this important? And I think if people understand why this is so important, and why they have so much potential, and why there's so much meaning to their life, then they will be willing to take that next step. But right now, I don't think people understand, they don't have a religion, or they're not seeing that higher purpose in their lives. So they're just, they don't see that meaning.
And you combine that. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, you combine that with what you talked about earlier of when your son comes to you with a, sentence that he wrote, and half the people are like, oh, that's the greatest thing you've ever written. How brilliant of you. And then you're like, that's shit, go fix it. That combines right there with it. You know what I mean? You have this society who believes that everything they do is great and perfect, and there's no need to change because I'm perfect. Why would I need to change? And so you just have this like self-perpetuating monster that keeps growing out of that.
I think it, no matter what anybody's occupation is, or what their position in society is, I think people and I think we may have talked about this in previous conversations. I think people underestimate the impact, even from an individual level, that they have on the world, and that they can have on the world. They don't see themselves as the center of this world that can, the butterfly effect is a real thing. It can be broken down, in very scientific terms. It's been broken down in books, and which is kind of goes to that concept of consilience, where everything is connected. And everything that we do is like that, throwing that stone in the lake and watching the ripples go out. And the more, what I love about Socrates, one thing that Socrates was really adamant about is most people don't commit evil, or evil can only exist when people think they are doing the right thing, or only comes from people who think they are doing the right thing. And ignorance is almost synonymous with evil. Yeah. And so when you start to learn these things, you can't help but feel this huge sense of responsibility when you start to recognize how every word that I say, how the way that I carry myself, how honest I am, that somebody else is watching, and that how that affects every life, and every life that affects more lives, and that there's such this domino effect. And I don't know how people can't just have it. You know, it's almost an over, when you really realize the impact that you can have on the world, it's almost an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Like, holy shit, like, I need to carry myself. I need to get myself right. You know, and I need to fix myself. And you know, if everybody just started with themselves and fixed themselves, everything else would in turn, you know, begin to fix itself. But
well, I have 2
can't
points.
like learn those things from philosophy.
Yeah, and I got 2 points to make on that. You know, the first one is kind of that ripple effect, like you talk about. Like, how many times have you opened the door for somebody, and then they open the door for somebody else, and then it just kind of is that same idea, you know, or somebody could see you admitting that you were wrong, or you had a wrong interpretation of something, and then they can say, well, if he can be wrong about it, then I can be wrong about something, and change and have that, you know, type of ripple effect in that way. But it brings me to this kind of allegory that I remember, where this guy, he pulls into a gas station. He comes in to talk to the gas station attendant, and he's on business trip, and he goes, hey, you know, I'm in town for a business trip. What are the people like in this town? And he's like, well, what are they like where you came from? And he's like, oh, all those people are assholes. Like, oh, you'll find those here too. And, you know, he leaves, whatever. Next guy comes in, same thing. Hey, I'm in town on vacation. You know, what are the people like here in this town? He's like, well, what are they like where you come from? He's like, oh, they're awesome, great people, really nice. He's like, oh, you'll find those here. And it's like, the world is a reflection of how you are. You know what I mean? So if you're an asshole, you're going to run into a bunch of assholes. If you're a nice guy, you're going to run into a bunch of nice guys. And I think that goes similar to what you were just speaking of, where if people can see you being humble, or see you, you know, reconsidering your position that you had hold, you know, you've done a lot of research, you've done a lot of reading, you have a right to hold, you know, your positions close to your chest, because you've put yourself in that position. But now if somebody comes along and challenges you, or, you know, opens up something, or like I did with the the channeling thing, like, and they see that you're open to it, and then they're like, well, why, you know, why can't I be, or why can't I think like that, or why can't I change my, you know? So I think that type of ripple effect too, it's that same idea of going in all different directions, of when people can see you being humble, even though you're, you know, incredibly intelligent and well-read and all these different things, and you can change your opinion based on something, then they can do the same thing, you know. And that's, like you said, that's something, there's something to be said for that.
Yeah, 100%. Sometimes, you know, people, you gave a great compliment there, and I really appreciate it when you said I'm very intelligent. But one thing that I always want to point out, I don't think, you know, as far as intelligence is measured, like say IQ wise, I've never taken an IQ test, probably because I don't want to know what the result of the IQ test was. I don't think I'm a very high IQ. I don't think I'm above average. You know, it goes back to kind of, you know, that original thing. But I, you know, what, it almost pisses me off when I talk to other people who are like, you know, extremely well educated or whatever, and they say, "Wow, you're so smart." I'm like, no, our education system and our leaders have just dumbed themselves down to my level. Perhaps I shouldn't be the smart, you know, I shouldn't sound that smart. You know, the things I'm saying are I don't believe are that profound. But I guess my point is just,
that
you
is
don't
a sign of intelligence also.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said that is a sign of intelligence also, though, is being able to understand, you know, that, like you going back to before, the most confident people are usually the
is it intelligence or is it wisdom?
See, to me, I believe those kind of are one and the same. My delineation comes between education and intelligence, and that, or smart, you know, that, and I know we're getting into, you know, semantics here with wordplay again, but is it like we were saying earlier, can you entertain a thought without it becoming your own? And I think that's a sign of intelligence. You know, are you able to listen to an argument and be able to see both sides of it and have, you know, a meaningful discussion where you can present both sides, or even a third side? You know, I think that to me is intelligence. Are you regurgitating something that you read in a book? That's not intelligence, that's memorization, you know? So I think that's
how,
where,
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I think that's how our society's been measured, is based on regurgitation, rather than regurgitation and memorization, more than comprehension and being able to put those thoughts into your own dialogue, rather than just regurgitate a quote from a book.
But that's more how IQ gets measured, though. I think we put in way, you know, IQ is extremely important, but I think we put way too much weight on that. I definitely think there's a very important distinction. So it'd be a fun place where we may disagree a little bit. A definite distinction between intelligence and wisdom.
So how would you define the distinction? What would be the?
So intelligence, as far as it's measured with IQ, is more about quickness and pattern recognition. Like, you take IQ tests, you're trying, how quickly can you spot patterns, or, I'm not like, so I say, I'm not very a quick thinker. I don't have great memory. I have a poor memory. I'm not very, well, let's take it out of the personal, even. So, and this is so important because I draw this distinction between, hope I can remember this analogy and this comparison between science and philosophy, where science is more intelligent based maybe, but philosophy is the wisdom that lets you know how to use your intelligence. Okay, maybe that's making more. So
that's your distinction there.
So look, yes, you can have, some of the most intelligent, Hitler was very intelligent, but you could say he wasn't very wise, or you can take that if you don't like people don't like that example. There's no shortage of highly intelligent people that have been wrong or done horrible things throughout history.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
So and this is why I say this comes full circle to why I say philosophy has to be that foundation for everything. That's why we see so much. If you study the history of science throughout history and all the atrocities that have been done to people, to the human race, from highly intelligent, highly scientific minded people, it's horrible for people who understand that. And my argument is that's because they didn't come from a proper foundation, a proper philosophical foundation, and that which gives you the wisdom on how to use the intelligence.
Let me ask you this, and maybe this is a way to look at it. Is wisdom a combination of intelligence and almost emotion then? Is it the combination of being able to understand things, but also put that humanness to him to understand, like you said, that how many atrocities have been committed in science? And I would say if you had any kind of emotional, being to you, you wouldn't be able to, commit those experiments or atrocities and things like that. So is it almost like that has to play a part in there somewhere too?
Perfect quote that is mine. That philosophy is to science as emotions are to a psychopath. So beautiful. And a psychopath is someone who doesn't have those emotions. They can't feel those emotions and are able to do horrible things without feeling any of that. And you can see the correlation to the things done with science, without the wisdom of. So to answer your question, yes, 100%. And I think the philosophy is something that transcends science and those things, where you can develop a sense of right and wrong. You develop those proper emotions. You can read this.
You could also see how they're related though too, right? Science, a lot of it, if you're breaking it down, is asking why or how, and so philosophy is sort of doing the same thing, but you can see the diverging paths of, like you said, where that intelligence, or the emotional intelligence, I guess, rather, where if you don't have that, you could go off on a really dark path with the science. And philosophy, it almost, you have to have that human element to it in a way to understand, to make sense of things in a way. They have to, make sense with your emotions to some degree, and in some way. So that's an interesting distinction that you make with the wisdom and the intelligence. It's almost like a combination of things.
So look at it this way. It's very easy. I can be highly, the most, very intelligent people know how to manipulate the scientific data to fit whatever narrative, they got. And my argument to that is they have not had a proper philosophical foundation as to they have not internalized why that is so bad. They don't feel shame when they do that. And I think you can get that, when just the word nobility. I talk about this all the time. The word nobility is almost disappeared from the English language. You never hear it. and like, man, he's a very noble person. Like people are like, what? Who talks like that anymore? And I don't think, that's not insignificant as far as I'm concerned. Being a noble, that encompasses. So that's a very broad word, but it encompasses being an honest, respectful, living everything that you would want to look up to and respect in a person. That honesty, that integrity, the way they handle themselves, they take care of themselves. Just somebody you really respect and look up to. We don't look at those things. We look at how much money and how famous somebody is.
But I wonder, and this, just popped into my head while you're saying that, if you think back to nobility in the, Renaissance days or whatever, maybe that's why, because people didn't necessarily associate those characteristics that you said with the people that were called that. And so maybe that's where it got lost and I'm just purely being speculative here, but perhaps that has something to do with it, where you have people who were called noble all this time who probably weren't for the most part in a lot of ways. You know what I mean? No, so maybe people just kind of like, yeah, I'm not using that word anymore because it lost its meaning to some degree.
That's a fair point. I think that, there's a couple, and again, it'll probably come down to definitions. There's the nobility, where you think like the nobility, I think in the way that you were using it in there, and correct me if I'm wrong, are just the upper class.
Well, and that's why I said, does the word derive? I was assuming that the words derived from one another, and I could be totally wrong, but that's why I said I'm totally speculating here. So
in the way you're using it, I would say that would be correct. But the way that my more understanding of the root of the actual word of nobility is just in the most general nutshell is what it means to be a good human being. It encompasses that honesty and all of that.
Oh no, I agree. I'm just wondering if that's why we shied away from using it as that connotation of
But you're right. I think you're right, and I think it's important to point that out because it is used in both ways.
Yeah.
So that's why it's important to mention, so that I can clarify the way that I mean it in the definition.
Because I'm just saying, if I'm a serf, back then, I'm pretty sure my interpretation of what is noble is probably, what I'm saying. And then over the years, you kind of grow that like resentment, like, oh, fuck those nobles, whatever. And then that word just kind of, and I'm just curious if that's how, I have no idea. Totally.
My understanding of the true issue of the word, nobility doesn't transcends class and race and all of that. The serf,
totally agree.
Both the serf and the
could be noble,
the noble, but can both have nobility.
But the societal,
somebody that your children, that you would want your children to look up to and respect and trust. Yeah.
But we've kind of hijacked words to mean what we want them to mean in our society, and no, I'm totally in agreement with you. I was just kind of wondering if that's maybe why certain things, it's that pendulum effect, right? Where you have it where it's this way, and then all of a sudden people are like, fuck those people, now we can't even use that word anymore. So I don't know, maybe it's something to that effect, or maybe it's just literally because we don't want that type of society anymore, or not we, but
I think it's more that there's just and I mean, we just don't, and I think it's because we don't, I keep going back to it. I'm sorry, but I think it just, it all goes back to, we're so superficial in what we look up to and the people that we admire. Now, we look up to, that I think the biggest, a huge cultural example that I always use is that, how many more kids look up to LeBron James, but don't even know who Thomas Sowell is?
Yeah.
To me, that's a cultural thing.
And here's one thing that I would like to say about that before, and I don't mean to cut you off, but so when I think of like celebrity, my personal, it's somebody who accomplished something that's a difficult feat to do. Like, take LeBron James for what he will. Playing basketball is not easy. He's at the top of his, whatever. So to me, there is something about that is worth admiring, right? To put them on the top of a pedestal or whatever. But now or a musician, let's say, they've, let's just say Mozart or Beethoven, somebody to that degree who's just unbelievable, right? They deserve that celebrity, in my opinion, because they have done something that is unbelievably difficult that not very many people can do to that degree. But now the celebrities in our society don't do anything that is, that is impressive for the most part. Most of them make music that I could do in 5 minutes on my computer, You know, there's nothing like, okay, I get Mozart. That dude spent how much time putting together these pieces that are timeless and incredible, and like that deserves celebrity. The guy who says, or Beyonce saying "Where are my girls at" or whatever it is 15 times in a song for 4 minutes, that does not deserve celebrity. Like there's a difference of admiring somebody who has accomplished a feat that is very difficult to do and putting them into a higher caste, I guess, compared to where we are now, where it's like they're just doing very average things and being celebrated for it for whatever reason, just because they happen to be in that circumstance. And and then that you have the people who are brilliant musicians that are brilliant, you know, stage actors or whatever else, and they're relegated as just regular people because they haven't achieved that celebrity status, even though their abilities are 10 times, you know, better than half of the celebrities out there. So it's a weird, you know, where we've started to admire things that aren't even, we're admiring celebrity status instead of what they're a celebrity for.
Yes, I'm just writing a couple things down so I don't forget.
Yeah.
Can I take a real quick restroom break?
Yeah, I need to do the same. So we'll pause real quick
Okay,
and we'll come back
perfect.
and talk about that.
All right, be right back.
Okay. So yeah, you're talking about celebrity and you had a point that you're.
Well, yeah, to respond to your, to the point you were making there, a couple of things that I wrote down so I didn't forget. It kind of goes to what I would say more the kind of the dumbing down and the lowering of expectations. But there's also this distinction when we talk about, you know, we're looking up to these sort of celebrities, and they, and it also, and it's funny how this all ties in. It goes back to kind of this over specialization in this as well. So like you mentioned, like the great classical artist or LeBron James, for example. So yes, we can, if I want to learn about classical music, or if I want to learn about how to dribble a basketball, okay, I can look up and admire them in that way. Yeah. Or I can learn that from them. Right. But that doesn't mean when they speak out about political issues or about any other thing. And in fact, you know, the more, you know, it's just the nature of it. The more over specialized you get in one very narrow field, you know, just the nature of it, you have to remove yourself from so much of the other information. So like I said, you know, before, they're often just as equally as skilled as they are in the one. They're equally as ignorant in every other field. So we fall into this trap, in both from the perspective of the celebrity, and from the perspective of the audience or the citizen or whatever you want to call them. The citizen puts way too much weight in their ability to think of other things in the world, and the other person, it's easy, the ego that you speak of, it's easy for them to get this inflated sense of you know, to the point of arrogance, where they think I'm a great, rich, famous basketball player, so obviously I can know. And when I say something about politics, I'm obviously going to be just as skilled and smart. Exactly. You know, and the two things are different. And another, but what I think is a key aspect of this is this distinction that would again go to the similar distinction I was trying to make between philosophy and science, and wisdom versus intelligence. Is being a great famous basketball player doesn't make you a good human being. Being a great classical artist doesn't make you a good human being. That's what we're missing. That's what our culture is missing. There is what are those traits, you know, that actually make a good human being, regardless, you know, of what you're, even if you are rich and famous. And I think those are the values and the things that we can get from studying those types of people and from studying philosophy. We've skipped over that part, and we just think somebody is a good human being because they've become rich and famous by playing basketball. Yeah. And that's where, you know, I think that's a key flaw. I'm glad you brought that up, because I think that is what has led to a degradation of our culture. Because you know, someone could have lied, cheated, and stole their way to the top, and we're looking at that person as a hero, and they're treated like a hero. When what we should be saying is, you know, you're a liar, and you're a cheater, and you're a thief. And I don't give a shit how much money and fame that you have. You're a piece of shit, and I don't look up to you. And you should be shamed for it.
I mean, how do you get to be a politician in America? I mean, how do you get to some of the, I mean, you have to be all of the three things that you just said, right? I mean, it's almost part of the playbook. Like, you don't even get to those higher places without doing at least a couple of those things.
Yeah, unfortunately, at this point, I think that's where we're at with all of our institutions, to where the noble, the honest, the courageous people either quit or get pushed out. And then who do you have left?
Yeah, the obedient.
Exactly. Either the corrupt or the evil, or the obedient, or the useful idiot,
Yeah.
or the ones who lack courage. That's the only people that are left in these institutions.
And the one thing that I want to say is, we talk about all these things as, obviously they're awful, and, where we've devolved into and all these different things, but we have to point the thumb at ourselves and say, this is our fault, right? We allowed this to happen. We allowed society to get to this point, whether it was, because we put too much faith into other people, or too much faith into the system, or whatever. However we arrived at this point, we have to take some responsibility and say, we got the wool pulled over our eyes, and it's our fault to some degree. And I get that our generation, where we're kind of like growing up into this and realizing this whole thing, so it's a little bit the generations that have come before us, have put us into this position. But, we have to, if we ever want it to stop, we have to take responsibility and make it stop. Otherwise, and what I've always said, this whole game that we're involved in with the politics and the pandemic and everything else that, is going on, there is that phenomenon in science where they talk of, right now, this is what exists, right? This is what I see, I'm perceiving, that's all that exists, right? Is what I perceive. So now take the opposite of that. What happens if you don't give anything attention? What happens to it? It ceases to exist, right? So this whole system, everything that we're participating in, is because we give it attention, whether it's negative or positive, whether we're criticizing it or praising it, we're feeding it. And so the only way to make it go away is to not give it any attention. And that means turning off the news, not paying your taxes, doing all of the things that require participation in this society. If we stop doing those things, it all goes away. And now this isn't you and I doing this on an individual level. Obviously, that's not going to make a dent. But when all of society says we're done playing this game, then the game ends. And it's really that simple. It's not easy, but it's simple.
So, yeah, let me see how this aligns with the point you're making. This might not actually be a disagreement.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, when you say things like shut the news off, like shut the media out, man, I'm 100% on board. I get that. In fact, I very rarely, I don't even watch the TV. Actually, it's kind of funny. The TV in my living room broke a long time ago, and I was like, good, I'm not, my wife was like, not going to get a new TV. I was like, I don't even want it. I don't want to turn it on. Rarely, I hardly ever watch anything on TV. So anyways, not to get on a sidetrack there. So I agree with that aspect of it. But I also think there's utility in the fact that so many people are, because of social media, and it's opened up lines of communications, and conversations like this are more accessible and easier for people to have and communicate across across the world. I don't want people to stop participating in the system. One important point, because I think a lot of that is how we've gotten here, allowed to get here in the first place, that we got too comfortable and too complacent, and we've ignored our part of our responsibility as citizens. And I point the finger at me for this. For the longest time in my childhood, I didn't want to pay no attention. I wasn't interested in politics or what the hell is going on. I didn't know any of this kind of stuff. But our system is set up as a constitutional republic, is dependent on the success of the system. And we talk about checks and balances. The citizens are those checks and balances. Our system only works with both, and this was pointed out by George Washington, the importance of an educated citizenry that participated in the system. Those two things are key. They have to be, and by education, it just means properly informed on the issues and participating in the system to hold the politicians to account. And so I think ignore the BS of it, ignore the media propaganda crap, but we do, I think, need to get more involved in our politics and informing ourselves on these issues in a way. Does that align with the point you were making?
So the point I'm making is all of the aspects of control, this taxation beyond belief, and all of these things that have created the society that we're a part of that we don't like. There's going to be some system of government no matter what happens, right? There has to be, because there's things that operate on a scale larger than, than we could control in that. So there has to be that. And I believe that we have the foundation is the right system, right? What we were intended to be is the right, what we are now is nowhere near what we were intended to be. Let's all be clear about that. So I think exactly what you said, we pay attention to the parts that, I know it's kind of a confusing. So I'm not saying that we stop participating in society or anything to that degree. What I'm saying is the things that we don't like, the politicians who keep creating these laws that are, that don't do anything but make them profit, and us paying taxes so they can leave $800 billion worth of equipment over in Iraq and not think twice about it, so that they can do all of these things against our will, against our, it's supposed to be constitutional republic, as you said, with checks and balances. There are no checks or balances. We don't have any control over anything that goes on right now because we have participated in the society that has grown to what it's grown into. So we have to put our attention into the society that we want to grow it into, is what I was referring to. Not completely checking out of society, but when you pay attention to the news, whether you're there to say, oh, fuck Biden, or Biden's my hero, you're giving attention to it, right? So whether you're on either side of the coin, you're still flipping the coin. You're still part of that money system, right? So throw the coin away. Don't even pay attention that there's a coin there, and then it'll go away, is more or less what I'm getting at. So our society is dependent on us being obedient. So if we're not obedient, then that society collapses.
Okay, so that's where we agree. I think your idea of not participating means not complying with all the corruption and BS. Right. But I think a tactical error of many on the what you might call the political right, or on the conservative aspect of it, that has allowed some of this to manifest in our institutions. Let's just use education, for example. The people that have been drawn to those types of places have been the more liberal females, and the conservatives kind of were like, oh, I don't want to participate in that. They're not interested in those kind of things. And so in that way, the kind of ignoring and removing from participation of what was going on sort of contributed to the problem and allowed them to get in these positions to where now they can't even, now if they want to, they're not going to get hired. No one will hire them.
Well, and I think that's part of the issue, though, and that's part of what I'm talking about, because we've bought into the system that we have to send our kids to public education that is controlled by these type of people. You know what I mean? So it's the whole thing. It's, yes, I agree. It's been infiltrated to the degree where we can't do anything about it except putting our energy into it and saying, this school system's broken. We're going to go do our own thing. Fuck you guys. You're on your own. That's what I'm talking about. Like, yes, I totally agree. And that's what's happened, is that turning a blind eye, like you said. And then normally that would be fine, except for the taxes get taken directly out of our paycheck without our consent, right? So we have no control over that aspect. But once we are able to regain that control, and like the Tim Kennedy thing, we'll go make our own school and we'll do it our own way, and fuck the public education system and all that stuff. You know what I mean? That's where I believe that it needs, where we're so conditioned to believe that we have to live in the society like they've created for us. We have to have this government. We have to have this. We have to have these institutions. None of that is true. That's where we've evolved to at this point in society. This is the only time it's ever been like this in history. And it doesn't have to continue to be that way, at least in this form. And so that's what I mean by that. The more that we either fight it or, give it attention just by agreeing with it or being neutral to it, that's how it perpetuates. But when we say, you guys do whatever you want, we're going to be over here doing our thing, that's how it stops. That's what I'm referring to. Because there has to be some form of education. There has to be some form of, you and I, like we talked about, the communal effort or whatever it is, coming together and agreeing to, there's still going to have to be that forever, because we live in a planet of 7 billion people. We have to figure out how to get along and, whatever. But I think what's, to me, where I think this heads to is it's going to be much more on a community scale. Like you have your elected leader or whatever for your small community, you know, kind of how the mayor and whatever was supposed to be, but maybe even smaller than that, down to like the neighborhood, you know, or something to that effect, where it's, and you know, where it's not like what does a president do for 330 plus million people? Like what is even that it just, it's ridiculous at this point. Like I get the founding principles and I think that we were onto it, but I also think that the founding principles were founded on a 13 colony system that was much, much smaller and much less people to control and worry about. And I'm not saying that the system, you know, the idea of the system isn't a good idea, but I just think that it was the whole representative, somebody being representative of you. I've never even seen my representative. I don't even know what he looks like. I have no idea. How does he represent me when he doesn't even know who I am or anything? He's never talked to me or asked me a damn thing. How does he represent me? And I think that that's where we've gotten so far removed. Whereas if it's just me here in my little town in, Pennsylvania, and me and all my neighbors get together and we talk about things and we say, hey, this is how we want it to, that's where it has to get back down to, instead of this, overarching bureaucracy where people just keep getting, initiated without any elections or anything else. And then it just becomes this nepotism and, everything else where it's just being controlled by these families, just like in the, a kingdom back in the day.
Yeah. So, to maybe give it a more optimistic note, to all the points that you're making, perhaps, I kind of take this as, it's there's a lot going wrong, but you can also say, like you pointed out, it's a unique point in history. We've never been at this point. I mean, it looks like we're, going in the direction of the fall of Rome here. But you can also look at it as maybe the most exciting time we ever lived in the most opportunities to create new institutions and this kind of thing. And it can be, if we handle ourselves in a noble manner and courageous and trustworthy way, maybe we can build this thing back up and do amazing things out of all the negativity from it. So it's kind of optimistic.
And I feel like that's what the point of these conversations are. You know what I mean? Us doing this and whatever, like you said before, we feel like we don't have any power, but whatever little bit of power this does have, or, effect that this does have on the world, I think that the more people that have conversations like this, because here's the bottom line, I think is, while we're sitting here debating or, dialecting, however you want to say it, solutions to things, most people aren't even aware of the problem to begin to talk about the solution, right? So there's such a vast like gap in between where people are in society, where if you can't even identify the problem, then how are you going to come up with a solution? And then you have the other people where all they can do is identify problems and not present solutions. So there's like three different castes in society of, we're over here on the let's find the solution side. Then you have the people that only find problems. And then you have the people that aren't even aware that there are problems. So it's like you have this great divide of three different, people in society. And I think the more people that we can get over to our team of trying to find solutions, and it's one thing to identify a problem. Anybody can do that. But, do you have a solution to that problem? Do you have something that, we can move forward on it? And I think that's where we need to have these discussions and have these ideas, because the ideas are there. I mean, the idea for education or schooling, and I even hate using the word education anymore because it just feels so like indoctrinating to me at this point in our society. And it needs to be more of like a discovery of yourself and a discovery of the world and your abilities. And you have an idea and I have an idea, and we discuss it until there's nothing left to discuss, and then we figure out where to go with it or whatever. And instead of you saying something and I say, I've never heard of that, that's ridiculous, you're an idiot, and then we walk away, like that's where are we going to get in that society? Nowhere. There's going to be no problems that are solved. So we really need to have these discussions, and whatever effect we can have on in our little part of the country here doing what we're doing. I think that when more people hear that there are alternative ways and that we can move forward and not have to do the fall of Rome, instead we can maybe be in the chrysalis stage of becoming a butterfly. You know what I mean? Like that would be the more the better way to look at it, instead of us kind of going backwards. Like maybe this is just propelling us forward based on how we react to it.
Yeah, man. Well said. Yeah, for sure. I hope, as far as, my contribution to it, I hope, any parents homeschooling or new institutions that come up, I really hope, and I'm going to do as much as I can to get the word out, that I think, a basic understanding of the ancient Greek philosophy has got to be a key part of any new education system that we develop moving forward. I think that's where we lost ourselves as a culture. I really think that.
Well, and going back to the one thing I said earlier, and it kind of just sticks out to me, but like I said, if I had to define philosophy in one word, it would be why, right? And how many people in society, when they ask why, are told because I said so, or because that's the way things always were, or so it's almost like society has created this anti-philosophy type of stance in a lot of ways, where it's, well, the reason why is because I'm in charge, that's why. There's no, and that's one thing I noticed, being a football coach and stuff, is you go through all these drills and everybody does all these things, and it's like, why are we doing this? Well, because we've always done it. But what are we accomplishing? Are we just running around, or is there like a goal that we're trying to get better at here? Or is this just to take up time because that's what we do? And if you can't tell me why, then why are we doing it? That doesn't make sense to me. So we should have a why in everything we're doing, and stop asking, or, stop saying, oh, well, because I said so, or because I'm in charge, or, and I get that, when you have kids, there's a time and a place for that. But at the same time, them understanding why, maybe it makes them want to do it more.
Chapter 1 of my book, titled The Why, very first quote, Friedrich Nietzsche: "He who has a why can bear any how."
Yep, I love that.
Oh, so yeah, man, you're definitely, I think you're definitely onto something, and we're on the same wavelength.
Yeah,
as far as that goes, the why is important, and I think we've lost that, because it's the why that gives us meaning to our lives.
Right.
Why are we doing all this? Why is all of this meaningful? Why should we be?
And think of how many questions. I mean, why is such a huge part of the Socratic method too. It's a brilliant word, and more people asking that question to everything. Why do I do the things that I do? Why am I the way I am? What makes me tick? All those things, when you can start reflecting on yourself and understand why you think the way you do, or why, and that's something that a lot of people should really do. Why do you hold the opinions that you do? Is it because,
where did they come from?
Exactly.
Where did they come from?
Yeah. And if you can answer that and know that you thought about it and come to those conclusions yourself, or are you just, repeating something that somebody else that you think is smart told you? Mm-hmm. And that's a huge, and that's where I think, you listen to Joe Rogan, right? You're familiar.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So how he always talks about what an idiot he is and how he's a moron and this sort of thing. And
I have a love-hate relationship with him. Sometimes I love him, sometimes I hate him. But that's probably because he's an honest person, and I agree with him on some things and disagree on others.
And I'm the same way. But there's a lot of things that I agree with him. I think he's really funny, and then there's other things that I think he's kind of what you said, where that specialized in your bubble. Which, I mean, for a celebrity, he's probably the least. He's pretty, broad in his. But same idea though. When you're in a certain level of society, I mean, it's going to be pretty hard to see the other side, right? I mean, both sides, the poor person looking at what a rich life is like, and a rich life looking at what a poor life is like. Both of them are going to be distorted views. So, and, so I can only imagine what somebody who signed $100 million contract, thinks about certain things in society and the way things are, compared to somebody who is struggling to eat week to week. There's a totally different perspective and a totally different way of seeing things that each of those person is going to have. So, I mean, even with that, but I think that just being able to kind of step out of your own shoes and see that other perspective as best you can, and see where people are coming from with things, and especially, the rich looking down on the poor, because there's much less rich than there are poor. So them trying to understand, what it's like for people who, they're spending hundreds of dollars on clothes, and people can't even afford to fill up their grocery cart. You know what I mean? So it's like you trying to understand their, to those two lives is pretty dissimilar. But I do think that Joe Rogan does do an okay job of, staying somewhat grounded and stuff. But even still, their perspectives are just,
Yeah. No, he recently did a couple really good podcasts that I did have to take the time to watch. He interviewed Jocko Willink, I think. I think he just recently did, and one more I forget, but yeah, he's at least open. He's at least open to listening to different perspectives and learning from them. And
Right.
I've kind of watched his transition. He's transitioned, along the way a lot.
Yeah.
One thing that sort of drives me crazy about similar people to him, you see this, all these rich, famous people, moving out of California, though. Rogan's the perfect example. And he moved to Texas just because of all the craziness that's going on in California and how liberal it's come.
Mm-hmm.
And I just hope that they recognize that they played a part. They voted for those policies, they supported those politicians, and that's kind of, like you said, they got kind of what they deserved in California. And I hope they're, one thing that drives me nuts about Joe Rogan and many that think like him, they see all the problems. They move from California to a more conservative place like Texas, and they still vote for very similar politicians and very similar policies. And I'm like, that's madness. And that's where the frustration comes in for me.
Understanding too, I think, of understanding what they're doing.
Yeah, that goes to, you were making a point earlier, and I wrote down for some a distinction about people not understanding the other side or something. I forgot, and I wrote down liberal versus conservative. And what always drives me nuts is people, and I'd be curious to what you think about this, is they try to draw comparisons between like personality types of, the liberal types versus the conservative types. Liberals are more this, conservatives are more that, their personalities are more this and more that. And I think there's a huge flaw behind this line of reasoning, and I haven't heard anybody make this point. So that's why I'd be curious to see what you think about this. I don't think you can even get to that point, because most people don't understand the perspective of the liberals versus the perspectives of conservatives. Like, most people have a distorted, most on the left, specifically on the left, just because of there's more censorship from that side of the spectrum, and because they do tend to be more in their bubble. And there's all the studies and evidence that you can see for that. I'm not saying that doesn't happen on both ends, but much more from the left. But they don't even understand the arguments, or the rationality, or the real perspectives of conservatives to say that they're not conservative. I know so many people who think they're liberal, where every one of their views, if they understood what it means, were actually conservative. And I'll use just myself as an antidote. Growing up, I thought I was very liberal, and I would have supported very liberal politicians, basically because I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. I've never read, I wasn't reading and studying those issues throughout college. But, as I began to read more and become more interested in topics, like reading a Thomas Sowell, for example, he's the perfect, instead of a straw man argument, he's the steel man argument for so many of those perspectives. And people don't, so it's not fair to say somebody is liberal minded or conservative minded if they don't even understand what that means, or don't even understand the perspectives. And I think that's getting lost in the conversation, because I am the same person, the same personality, the same personality traits that I had when I thought I was liberal. I have those same personality traits now, but I'm conservative. So it wasn't my personality that changed. It was my information and my knowledge and wisdom.
I totally agree, because this is what I think it is. I'm from the country. All of my friends are rednecks. I am automatically conservative. I'm from the city. All of my friends are blue. I'm automatically a liberal. Now, whatever they tell me a liberal is and I have to vote for, all right, I'm in. Whatever a conservative is and they tell me I have to vote for, all right, I'm in. And I feel like that's probably 90% of it. And then you have people who can objectively look at what a liberal is and what a conservative is, and then objectively look at what their own personal stances are on these, issues. And then you probably realize that you're neither, and that you're a little bit of both. And then you would have this type of dialogue. But then the rest of the people say, all my friends are liberal. I live in a city. I must be liberal, and I have to do whatever they tell me. And then the opposite is true for the red states. And I truly believe that's what 90% of it is. And then you have abortion, and throw in 4 or 5 other huge polarizing topics that you're on this side or that side, and then that makes up for the other 5%, and then you have 5% that actually think for themselves. So I think that's probably about what it is.
And that, yeah, and that's a real tragedy, and that's a real problem, because again, I believe most like you said more than once already, good intentions can lead to very bad places. So when these people don't, when we have such a large portion of the population that is just so uninformed and have been misinformed, and so much propaganda that they think they are doing the right things when they don't realize the policies and are actually counterproductive to what they actually want to accomplish.
Well, and that's what I was going back to with the truth thing as well, because we believe that what we know is true, right? Otherwise we wouldn't believe it. We wouldn't believe in something that was false, at least as far as we know. So going back to that, you would have to think that everybody who is on this leftist liberal agenda, especially the hardcore ones, they have to believe what they're doing, right? To some degree, they have to believe that they're right and they're true. And so too to the opposite side. So where are, and this goes, we can go down a rabbit hole here, but the whole CIA, with the Operation Mockingbird and those sort of things, where, if the quote was something to the effect of once everything that everybody believes is false, then we'll know we've done our job, or something to that effect. So that just leads me to in today's society, you can literally almost talk to people and you can tell either they don't watch TV, or you can tell which channel they do watch on TV. Like, we've almost literally gotten to that point where it's that easy to tell based on what they repeat and what they say.
If someone's wearing a mask while they're walking outside or in their car,
exactly, 100%.
Politics.
Yeah, exactly. What channel they watch on TV. Like, it's that, and then you can go to the next step of, okay, well, then it's the person who's talking about the vaccine and how it's this and that, and which channel they watch. And then you can go to, you can probably assume that we don't watch TV because of the conversations that we have. So it's very interesting where we're at in society now with that.
Yeah. So as I'm writing things, I don't take me as rude when I'm turning.
No. I know
I write things down so I don't lose. I don't forget what I want to say. But I'm listening attentively. So yeah, to that point about what channel people are watching and where they're getting their information and everything. Another thing that I really try to stress to people that I think is important is it's what I call the information ecology. And I used to have a presentation I would give on this, but I'll just give you the very nutshell form. Everybody understands the term fake news at this point. Like, it's a cliche to say fake news at this point. I still don't think people understand just how bad it is. Like, however bad people think it is, it's worse.
Oh yeah.
Like, and there's however many freaking just too many examples to even hold in your head at one time. Right. But so the information ecology is polluted to such an extent that as ordinary men, we have no choice but to get back to first principles thinking. I think this first principles thinking is an important concept for people to understand.
Can you explain that real quick?
Yes. So I'll define it. So Elon Musk has defined it this way. You boil things down to the most fundamental truth that you can imagine, and then you reason up from there. So and I'll break that down a little more clearly, maybe. So the foundational is the important reason from the bottom up. Basically, you have to get to the root issue. So here's another perfect example. Everybody understands this, and it almost comes off as condescending or patronizing when I make this example. But you see how rare this is used. So typically at some point in elementary school, the teacher pulls the class up in front of the class. They puts them in a line, and the teacher will whisper something in the ear of the person on one end, and then that person whispers it in the ear, and it goes on down the line, right? Yeah. And then the person in the end is supposed to get in front of the class and say what they heard, right? And inevitably, every single time, what comes out of their mouth is something completely different,
Right.
you know, than what was originally said, or the original piece of information that was shared. And so that's such a simple lesson that almost nobody uses when they're thinking about these issues. So first principles thinking is, all first principles thinking means is go right to the fucking source and eliminate all the interpretations.
Yes.
Okay, but that takes, so you know, this is the Plato's allegory of the cave. It's an interpretation. What we're seeing on our TV is just a, you know, what they were seeing on the cave walls is just an interpretation. We need to get to the first principles as close as we can, which takes effort. We can't just turn on our TV and trust what somebody said. That means you may actually have to go and read a 300-page book on the topic to understand it. You're going to have to read scientific papers. You're going to have to research and listen to PowerPoint presentations and interviews from the actual scientists who are actually, you know, doing these experiments. And then you're going to have to get your information that way. And unfortunately, it shouldn't be that way, because most people who have full-time jobs and families and are busy, they don't have time in their spare time to be reading, you know, 400-page scientific books and, you know, doing, you know, trying to interpret scientific papers and all of this stuff. But we really have no choice at this point, because have so much propaganda. And this is going to have to go back to the humility point that we've, you know, that's had been a common thread throughout this conversation, where there's wisdom in just saying, I don't know. And just that alone that humility alone would prevent so many of our current issues, because so many of our current issues are coming from people who are so unbelievably arrogant that they know what's better for somebody else. They're willing to ruin people's lives and careers and use the government force of violence that is the government to make people do what they think is right. And these are people who are absolutely clueless to all the complexities that is going on.
And something you just said to me is something that I've always said too. Saying I don't know, to me, if I'm having a conversation with you and we're going back and forth and you're telling me all this information and, you know, I'm telling you information, and then we get to a topic and you say I don't know, right there gives everything else that you just said to me more, you know, validity, because you know when you don't know something, and you're not going to speak on something that you aren't confident in and aren't at least, you know, haven't done some sort of research or investigating into, so that you can talk confidently about that subject. So when you say I don't know, that tells me that the other stuff that you said you do know, because you've put in that time and you have that reasonable ability to say I don't know. I can find out though. I can go research, I can go find that answer for you, but I don't know the answer to that question right now. And I think that humility and being able to do that, you know, listen to that, you know, not you specifically, but somebody who's watching this, like, listen to that, you know, and somebody saying I don't know should give you more, you know, comfort than somebody saying that they do know when they don't, or, you know, pretending. And I think that's where we've gotten to in society. So many people pretend to know, and pretend to know what's better for you or best for everybody else, when really nobody knows what's better for you than you.
Yeah, and that line of thought all started with Socrates. Well, it didn't start with him, but was made famous with Socrates. So, but it's amazing how every one of those threads I can draw back, you know, to a specific, you know, to philosophy, and all this stuff can be taught, you know, I think throughout our education system.
Oh,
so
I totally agree. And it's been an awesome conversation, because I see how, you know, you were saying, I think your original quote was somehow, you know, philosophy can change the world, or to that effect. And, you know, talking this out, that's why I was so curious to have this conversation, because, you know, just what your thought process was behind that. And I definitely agree with, you know, everything you're saying, because I feel like we've gotten to this point in society, because it's almost like we've gotten lost on philosophy and gotten lost on questioning things and asking how we've arrived at the situations we've arrived at, or, you know, that same thing, what I was just saying with the practice, and how, well, this is the way we've always done things. Like, just because this is the way we've always done things doesn't mean that they're right or wrong, right? Like, that doesn't.
That's a very liberal-minded perspective. Yeah, and that's a very liberal perspective, which isn't bad. Sorry to cut you off.
No, I was just saying, it could be that we need to change them. It could be they just need modified and updated, or it could be that they, you know, were completely served. Let me change that. they may have served their purpose at the time, but the advances and evolution that societies went through, it may not be, warranted or needed anymore. And we need to always look at that also, I believe. And, I think that's kind of going off topic a little bit here, but, kind of where people go with the Constitution too. Oh, it's outdated and it was written so long ago and this and that. But if you look at the contents, there's nothing outdated about it other than the fact of when it was written. The all of the stuff is 100% true. You take away a couple 3/5 quotes and stuff like that, but everything else is, it's all applies. It's all stuff that is completely relevant in today's society, and it may be even more so than it's ever been since then, since it was written. So it's like, this whole, just because it's old, it needs to be revamped. This whole progressive idea of all things that are old or terrible and a product of the patriarchy and, all these other, bullshit sayings that they have. Like we have to look at things nuanced, as that word keeps coming up again, and say, what purpose does it serve? What purpose does the Constitution serve? And there is a really good purpose, and there's a lot of great information in there, and there's a lot of reasons why that document should stay exactly how it is for the rest of the time. What we really need to do is reevaluate how we look at that document and how we put it into practice, because it's been perverted beyond recognition at this point. But and that's where I say, I think we just need to take a deep breath as a society and really step back and say, what are we doing here? Like, are we just participating because that's what we were told to do? Or are we making, a better life for ourselves? Because we've gotten caught in this. It's actually a funny, from one of my channeling sessions, the lady asked, Ariah, the angel I channel, they were like, isn't it, us coming back and doing the same thing over and over? We're like hamsters in the wheel. And they were like, yeah, except the hamster's starting to figure out it's in a wheel. So now that we're figuring out, that we're have all these issues that we've just been going through and doing it because we've been told and this and that. But now we're starting to realize, and what are we doing here? Are we really just here on this planet to procreate and pay taxes and work, 75% of our lifetime until we die? Is that really what we're here to do? That can't be right. There's nobody that would sign up to do this. Like that just can't be right. So I think us becoming aware that we're hamsters on a wheel is the first step towards fixing, these problems. And how do you do that? By asking why. Going back to that philosophy of why are we doing this? Why are we here? And I think that would help advance society in a lot of ways.
Yeah, man, well said. You touched on the rat race, and just this everybody just trying to make more money in this materialization of society. And sometimes I talk about nobility a lot, and what, in my view, something that I try to get across, and what I've tried to, as part of the philosophy of my life, that I think the most noble pursuit for mankind is the acquisition of and passing along of knowledge and wisdom, as opposed to, say, the acquisition of and passing along of money and stuff. And I think we've gotten that, our culture has that inverted, where we're much more worried about the collection of money and stuff and passing that along, as opposed to knowledge and wisdom. And we're starting to lose. Our society has lost so much of that great knowledge and wisdom that we should, still have as part of our culture, and we don't have that.
And that's another thing that I question too, going to the conspiracy minded thing. Like, it almost seems like one is a product of the other, right? We've gotten so caught up in our material things that we've forgotten to just sit still and listen and, and contemplate things, and, have that wisdom and have that ability to, because we're, on our phones, or we're playing video games, or we're watching TV, or whatever it is that we're distracted with. We don't ever have time to sit there and ask these questions, sit here and contemplate with ourselves in the quiet, and really listen for those answers like they used to. So I almost wonder how much of that is a chicken and the egg type of thing, where it was, put out there as, purposefully to distract us from, going within and finding these answers, and how much of it is just, hey, I want to watch TV. It's cool shit, because I do think a lot of that is preying on the, well, one, anymore, there is no kid on this planet anymore that's not born without a screen in front of their face. Like and it gets younger and younger every day, it seems like. So by the time you're old enough to have this type of conversation, it's, 30 plus years of your life have been spent in front of a screen for most of your day. So it's almost like, is it on purpose, or was it just kind of an opportunist type of situation where they saw how much they could distract people? Or, I always question those things of, how much of it is just coincidence and how much of it was intentional.
Yeah, a lot of it is incentive based. I think both financial and then, the next level being able to control society from those high up. That you might be. Are you familiar with Tristan Harris by any chance? You would, because it's along this line. He did a documentary. I can't stand his politics, but again, I can put his politics aside, and he actually does some very good work. But he has a very good documentary called oh geez, it's gonna oh man, I can't remember it now. I just completely lost it. But he does a great documentary on. So he actually used to work in the social media business. I think maybe for Google, either for Google or Facebook or one of these. And he's kind of outside now. And he points about how all of these incentives, and it's a race for your intention. And the more quicker and the dumber down the material, and it's just about getting people addicted to their screen, because that's where the financial incentives are from advertisers. The more people you get people, hooked looking at their screen, the more advertisements we can get, the more money they can make, and then the easier they are to manipulate on top of that as well.
Right.
But you had mentioned on about time, and I get sort of confused, and when people will say, because I read a lot, and they're like, man, I don't know where you find all this time, or wow, you seem like you have a lot of time on your hands, and I make the point, we all have the exact same amount of time. Right. Just how you choose to spend it.
Right.
I don't have any more time in the day than you do.
Right.
It's what I'm willing to sacrifice, or how I've made great sacrifices in my career, and I make a lot less money than I used to. But I've traded that off with a more flexible schedule, and I'm able to have more time to do these kinds of things. So yeah, to your point about time, I would want people to realize there's nobody that has any more or any less time in the day than you do. It's all how you choose to responsibly spend it and what you prioritize. Are you prioritizing, just making another dollar, even though you may not need it, or are you prioritizing, being less ignorant than you were yesterday?
Yeah. Well, and I think our society has it is obviously rewarded one over the other, immensely, and created this, and almost, if you look, and with kids and social media, like it's almost like the goal is to be dumb. Like the dumber you are, like a Cardi B or some of these other, celebrities and stuff, it's almost like laughed at to be the smart kid anymore. It's almost laughed at to get good grades. It's this society that's just created this, where we're just trying to be as dumb, like that movie Idiocracy. I don't know if you've ever seen that. It's almost terrifying now, to the point of like reality it's become. Like, it's an awful movie. It's not funny at all, but it's almost like a documentary now of what society has done and how dumbed down we've become. And it came out in, I want to say, early 2000s, but it's just been like, oh my God, they were predicting the future here. Like, it's so accurate. And, where being dumb is like, everybody wants to be dumb and funny. And I don't know, it's very moronic, but it's very true of how society is embraced like these idiots, and the people who are intelligent, or just like we were talking about before, the celebrity went from being somebody who truly was magnificent at something, truly something to be admired for, into now they're just popular for no, like they just happen to be chosen or whatever, and they don't actually do anything good at all. Like there's no
the Kardashians, Kardashians are
exactly
famous for being famous.
Right. They offer nothing to society. They don't do anything that anybody else could do. And they're, it just doesn't make any sense. And like you said before, like, I don't think that, Mozart or Beethoven should be asked what their stance is on, political things or anything like that, unless they were, and I'm sure back then they were probably a little bit more, broadened out. But I see what you're saying with that. But I also do think that there is, we can appreciate people for being good at something, and taking that effort and that time to specialize in something, especially, like I'm not a basketball fan, but it gives people 3 hours of entertainment, out of their day to kind of distract themselves, which I see both sides of that coin too, because it's like, if we're constantly distracted with the bread and circuses, then we miss out on all the things that are going on behind the scenes. But I also think that as humans, we should enjoy what there is to enjoy here on earth. While we're here, we shouldn't be just like saying everything's terrible, and that doesn't really accomplish anything for us either. I think we should take time to find the beauty in things, but also take the time to contemplate whether they can be improved upon or not. And once again, nuance. It seems like it's always got to be one thing or the other. It's either it's fine the way it is, or it has to be changed completely. And it's like, why can't it be good, but you can improve it? So I don't know. I think we just need to go back to having a more nuanced perspective on everything. And this whole black and white or red and blue or however it is type of thinking, where you have to draw a line in the sand and pick your side, like, it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah, man. I don't even know if I can add anything more to that. I agree with you. Yeah. I might be getting to the end of my
No, I agree. We've been going here for a while, so it's probably time to wrap it up. And
my thought.
I really appreciate you coming on. We'll definitely do this again if you want to in the future. We could have another conversation. So
yeah, I would love that. I do have 2 quotes that I had prepared on, one on liberal arts and one on philosophy.
Yeah, go ahead.
And with that, if that's cool, and then if you ever want to do another, I don't know, your channel is kind of catered to a different type of subject, but if you ever did want to do another podcast on climate change, that's something I enjoy talking about as well. And I've done a significant amount. I actually have notes and everything I've done. It's kind of an interesting one to.
I feel like in the spiritual world that more and more I'm finding out that all of these things are related in one way or another. The conspiracies, the spirituals, everything is related in one way or another. So I feel like and that's why I wanted to kind of branch out to the philosophy today, because I feel like it's super related in so many ways, and maybe people, never connected those dots before. So I thought it'd be really cool to reach out and, talk to you about that. And I definitely think there's that crossover there. So yeah, I would love to do the same thing again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So two quotes here. One specifically about the liberal arts, and then one is about philosophy. And this first quote is from a guy named Adam Rose, who did a speech at the University of Chicago, and he was referencing Hutchins, who's one of the educators that made this book set behind me there. So, but talking about the liberal arts. So he says, quote, "Hutchins concluded that the liberal arts are not merely indispensable, they are unavoidable. Nobody can decide for himself whether he is going to be a human being. The only question open to him is whether he will be an ignorant, undeveloped one, or one who has sought to reach the highest point he is capable of attaining. The question, in short, is whether he will be a poor liberal artist or a good one." I just think that's profound on liberal arts. And then this is from, I didn't even realize this when I did. This is from Mortimer Adler, who was the other guy who helped develop this book set. And he's a great philosopher. You can find a lot of his interviews online as well, Mortimer Adler. But he says, this quote, "This is why I have reiterated again and again that philosophy, unlike the investigative sciences, historical research, or mathematics, is everybody's business. All the latter fields that tend towards greater and greater specialization and become the province of a wide variety of specialist experts. Philosophy alone, because of its intimate connection with the common sense knowledge of the ordinary individual, remains unspecialized, the province of the generalist and the business of everybody," end quote. So
I like that. I like both.
I'll leave it with those.
Yeah. Well, again, man, thank you so much for coming on and having this conversation. It was awesome to go through all this, and I think we uncovered a lot of good information going through here. So we'll have to do it again. And thanks everybody for tuning in. Until the next video, we'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Joe. Good to see you.